All right, good evening, everyone on the dais and those in the audience and the virtual audience. This is the Monday, October 10th, 2022 meeting of the Matthews Board of Commissioners. In this pre-meeting, we're going to have a discussion on the future of East John Street, and Dana Stujenki is going to lead us in that discussion. So, Dana.
Thank you for everyone in the room. I'm Dana Stujenki. I do transportation planner. Do transportation planning for the town of Matthews. And I just want to make sure everything works. Let's see. Okay, perfect. So the original scope of this project, which is John Street, goes from, let's see if I can get this one. Okay. So we've got Trade Street all the way down to Wesley Chapel South Road, which is in Union County. And you can see the Union County, Mecklenburg County line. So this is quite a long project. And initially it was in 3 segments. You'll see in future slides that it's sort of reallocated in segmentation. This project we've been working on basically since 2016. We've done a tremendous amount of work each year on dealing with the John Street corridor. The first thing happened in 2016 was basically the State Transportation Improvement Program, which is NCDOT's master list of projects. This project was funded. So they did it within the prioritization 3, which is P3 process. So next summer is the P7 process. So over every other year or so, NCDOT reorganizes their list. In 2017, consultants were hired to evaluate the 4-lane divided corridor that was John Street. So consultants came in and you all heard, the Board of Commissioners heard about the draft of this report, but no action was taken on this report. Instead, the John Street Work Group in 2018 began its work and basically had a series of meetings with certain stakeholders and community members to try to figure out what they wanted John Street to be, especially the section 485 to Trade Street. And so this is just a snippet of the John Street Work Group corridor concept, but basically it went from that 4-lane cross section to a 2-lane cross section still with a median, and then basically having certain streets allowing movement through certain streets and not having, I think, the original concept, which was much more control of access. So this all happened, that John Street Work Group finished its work in November of 2018. And so in early 2019, that's when the Board of Commissioners wanted to delay the project. And basically there was a handful of direction from the board to staff. We had basically they directed us to delay the project. They wanted us, they wanted us to inform NCDOT that there was a 2-lane cross section that was desired, not the 4-lane cross section. We had to do work on the STIP amendment, which is basically the State Transportation Improvement Program. We had to amend it through CRTPO, which is the organization regionally that we had to work with, as well as doing work, design work on what we consider the AB section, which is under 485. So that small section of John Street right under 485. And I put on here the original motion from 2019 here. And it's interesting because basically what this motion says is you all, the board at that time, wanted all these other projects completed before we even start working on this segment of John Street. That was sort of the intent, as well as making sure NCDOT was aware that you all wanted a 2-lane cross section. And as you all know, there's been lots of ebb and flow with this state STIP. Projects have been shuffled around and not everything's going to be constructed by the given date. So we resegmented the project. We basically have this purple area, which is Trade Street to Graylock Ridge, basically, and that's the AA section. And that's really what we're trying to work on to determine what it wants to be when it grows up. That's really the piece that we're here to discuss. We have that smaller AB section that's right under 485, and that's being constructed with the 485 project. And then the rest of it, there's all this piece, which is it says AB, but it's also AB and plus AC plus B is that is actually the the full segmentation of this green section, but that's basically everything from 485 out into Union County. And that's the original configuration. And that's moving forward. It's in right of way right now. So in 2020, after the board directed staff to delay the project, we as staff needed to have data to back up the recommendation. We wanted to make sure that if we are going to discuss this point with NCDOT, that we can discuss it in a way they would understand. And so we were able, you all gave us permission to do a sub-area model, which is a very interesting exercise. And basically what this map is showing us is that in 2045, the PM peak condition, which basically means traffic, and this is John Street here, is showing that John Street's going to have some delay, but it's orange, it's not red. It's not heavy congestion, it is moderate congestion, because we, at this time, hopefully in 2045, we'll have all of the pieces of the puzzle together and it will create a complete network. So we won't have to blow out John Street in this section. It can continue to be a 2-lane cross section. It doesn't need to be a 4-lane cross section. And this is critical to our discussion points with NCDOT moving forward. So in 2021, there was a funding shortage with NCDOT, and they basically took the step and they whittled away projects. And we weren't quite sure what was going to happen with the AA section of John Street. We weren't quite sure if it was just going to disappear. So some of the things that happened in addition was NCDOT dismantled the Independence Point project. Independence Point, basically this was US 74, as well as segments of Independence Point Parkway and Northeast Parkway, to create this large network of roads as well as managed lanes. And that project got dismantled, and some key pieces, including the bridge piece over 485, was pushed back and is currently, well, it may be unfunded at this point in the next P7 and has to compete again. And so this is one of those projects that we are in our model and we want to happen in order to create a complete network. In addition, like I said before, that AA section was pushed into 2031 construction, which basically means it was unfunded for a short period of time. So in 2021, we weren't quite sure what was going to happen to the AA section. Moved to 2022, and we then learned that they got an infusion of cash. And so the AA section is back on because it's now in 2030 construction, and that makes it eligible to move forward. And that's when we came to you all in August to talk to you about doing, creating within the comp plan and the downtown plan, talking about the long-term vision of John Street, as well as the pedestrian study to look at the current configuration for pedestrians on John Street. And that's something that both of those things are very exciting to me, to try to get a handle on what we should be doing, you know, validating the 2019 work group, that all that hard work, the work group put into John Street. So right now we are dealing with this very small piece of the larger project, right? We have this really large project out there, and this is the AA section. And again, I want to remind you, it's basically Graylock Ridge. It's not even 485, because the 485, the AB section basically goes to Graylock Ridge. So it's even smaller than that. It's Graylock Ridge to Trade Street. And the planning activities, like I spoke about a moment ago, will really help us understand that long-term vision for John Street, you know, the validation of whether we want that 2-lane cross section. We will be able to kick off that fall meeting, you know, those hopefully kick off in the fall, this fall, for the downtown plan, as well as the comprehensive plan. And then that pedestrian study, and I have an example here for, this is actually from the mobility study. And this is Trade Street. And you can see in the design, they have gone into some detail about how Trade Street should function with the crosswalks. And we need that kind of level of design for John Street. And we don't have that. And we're hoping that with the CR2PO call for projects, that we'll get this piece funded. So 2023. we will have a lot of information for you all in 2023, and we hope to get some decisions made. So we would like, again, to validate the vision of John Street via the downtown plan. And so we're thinking, and I talked to Jay about this, and I talked to CJ, quarter 3, 2023, potentially having that to you all. Short-term needs for pedestrian movement, probably have that quarter 4, 2023. And so for the AA section of John Street, quarter 1, 2024, what kind of things could you guys see as your options? Delaying the project, rescoping the project, giving up the project completely, creating a new project. Those are the kind of things that we can talk about before that, or after those other studies are done. And then you all directing staff to make those changes, because during this whole process we have to bring NCDOT along with us. We can't do this and not include them. We have to be working with them. Me and Susan and CJ, we're constantly discussing our projects with them. And so we have to make sure they may not always agree with us, but, making sure that we're being completely transparent by, what we want and why we want it and the data to support it. And then ultimately, number 5 is to work with NCDOT and CRTPO to amend those documents that, in terms of whatever it is that we want as our desired outcome for John Street. And so, like I said, we've been working for years on this, and we wanted to give you an update and sort of show you what we've done and what our trajectory is. And I'm happy to answer any questions. And Susan and CJ are here, and Jay, and we can try to help you understand anything that you have issues with.
All right. Thank you, Dana, for that excellent review. Certainly has been going on for a long time. I guess what I would like to get clarified is DOT is not currently doing something like buying right away or doing things that they're going to come back and bite us, right? They're holding pat until these other decision points come up.
Correct. So right now, the only buying right of way for this section outside of 485, and then the AB section they've acquired right of way for. So everything that is on from Greylock Ridge into town, to Trade Street, there's no right of way. Nothing's happening right now.
Thank you. Commissioner Tafano.
Hi. You made a statement which kind of, my heart jumped out of my chest there. Actually, in a good way.
Okay.
Yeah. When you said there was a possibility it could stay at 2 lane. Have you been, I'm sure you have, down into East Boulevard in Charlotte? What a beautiful job they did there. And they took a 4-lane road, which was very busy, made it into 2 lane, and it seems to work better than what it did before. Is there any possibility we could have that kind of approach in from 485 all the way to downtown? It's such a beautiful entrance. And so
I will say that, Susan, when she worked with the work group, that was, I think, their thought process was they wanted to have that 2-lane with a median. They did not want to have a 4-lane cross section with that giant median that NCDOT proposed. And while
Hey, good evening, everyone. Sorry about that. I do want to comment though about the East Boulevard section. In the work group, we had a lot of discussion around bike lanes and emergency vehicle access. And so the 2-lane section that Dana showed you doesn't have bike lanes, where the East Boulevard section does have bike lanes. And the 2-lane section we showed you had a constant median with brakes at intersections, and the East Boulevard has more medium brakes. They have smaller islands. So those are going to be 2 very different things. I love the East Boulevard section. I run down East Boulevard. It's a very commercial corridor. This is a very residential corridor. And so my recollection from the work group was that the longer median and no bike lanes were preferred because of the residential nature of that, and that we prefer the wider side path out of the road to the in-road bicycle facilities. So I just wanted to clarify that point. We do love that East Boulevard section. This is maybe slightly different.
but still basically the same principle.
Right, the 2 lanes.
Yes.
If people don't want to drive on a 2-lane road, they can go to 74 and drive on that road.
Preach it, sister.
Susan, are you familiar with Colony Road in Charlotte? Is that a two-lane section?
It is, it'd be very similar. I think Colleen Lane has bike lanes though as well.
And it also has a humongous median that's great. It's like a park in the middle. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
It is. I'm
Okay.
not sure if that's the one that we chose, I think was a 15-foot median. I'm not sure if that one's 15 or 23, but it's pretty wide to accommodate their large maturing trees.
I know we've been discussing this since 2016, but I recall discussing our desires or my desires for this section of road prior to that with Scott Cole, et cetera, at NCDOT. So we've been talking about this for a long, long time. Are there other comments or questions? Hearing none. Thank you.
CJ, do you want to do the intro for the next one?
Sorry, I didn't expect you guys to get through that so quickly.
We're very efficient tonight.
Very efficient. All right, just wanted to give you a little bit of background on what we're talking about tonight, because I know this is last minute, and it was last minute for us as well. Dana was notified, I think, last Tuesday, that Stallings no longer wanted the Idlewild Road widening project at 485, and instead wanted to use part of that funding towards another project that was in the tip that was in Stallings. And then that the DOT wanted to use the remaining money to fund I-85 and I-485 intersection. Dane's like, well, wait a minute, this is also in Matthews. If Stallings is using some of that money for Stallings, shouldn't Matthews use some of that money for Matthews? So she went back and found a project that fit very well within the budget constraint and the timing. That's U-2509, the Independence Boulevard widening project at segment C9, which is from Crown Point Executive Drive to Rice Road Extension. It's a part that's not currently funded and a part that probably wouldn't score very well. So this is one of the few ways we would be able to get it funded. The DOT said, that makes sense. We'll bring that to the TCC, which is the Technical Coordinating Committee for the MPO. So that was on Wednesday. They brought it to the staff meeting. The staff meeting, they did vote to move that forward to the TCC, which met on Thursday. Thursday, they did vote to move forward with it from the TCC and bring it to the MPO. So that's kind of where we were as of Thursday. And I'll let Dana talk some more because more has transpired since then.
Is there a map that shows this?
We're going to go through.
Yeah, Dana's going to go a lot more in detail.
Okay, so what you see in front of you is Brett Knipe's presentation for the TCC meeting last week. And so he gave it to me. I've changed a bit of it just so it would go, be reasonable for you all to sit
You
through.
Matthewsized it.
What?
You Matthewized it. Matthewsized.
Matthewized it. Got it. Okay, so basically what we're talking about is doing a swap. And swaps are not something that NCDOT typically does. For whatever reason, NCDOT basically gave the divisions across the state about 9 months to swap projects out because of the influx of new money. And then they had proposed all these delays. Some projects got a little wonky. And so they wanted to give an opportunity for the local division offices to swap projects out. So like CJ said, the Idlewild project down here, this project is installing. So most of it's installing. Maybe a third of it is in Matthews. And for years, Stallings has been trying to convince NCDOT not to force a 6-lane cross section in that area. They're not happy with it. And in fact, tonight, they're officially voting on it tonight. So I think their meeting's at 7. So we'll know by tomorrow morning how this all is going to unfold. So they don't want a 6-lane cross section. They said to Brett Knipe I guess they had their meeting 2 weeks ago. They said, we don't want, if we don't want this project, can we have 6170, which is this lawyer's project up here, which is 45 to Stevens Mill. And that's when things sort of were like, okay, well, maybe. And then that's when we added 2509. So let me show you some maps. Okay, so this is the piece that is new for tonight. The new for tonight is this $5 million. So when you swap out these two projects, they basically add up to it's 5 million less than the 39 total for 4913. That's what's the remaining. And so we had sort of this neat sort of swap. And then Brett Connett called me this morning and said, okay, we have this $5 million left over. Do you want a piece of U 4913 back, which is basically the roundabout and realignment of Stallings Road that they had taken away from us? And I'm like, sure. And so now we are not only going to potentially get this piece funded, the 2509 A, it's actually A B, but it's they wrote AEA up here. This C section, C9 section, we're also potentially going to get this additional piece from 4913. So I'm going to show you maps because that'll probably help you all. Okay, so it's hard to see, but this is Idlewild Road. And this is the county line right here. So, you know, Susan and I are really huge advocates of this DDI, the Diamond Interchange, because it's really great for pedestrians. And we really, you know, we're in full support of 4913. Like in theory, we were shocked that this project was going away. However, it will be reprioritized. Like if they pull the money, they're going to reprioritize in P7. So I think it'll come back in some form, but probably just not the 6-lane configuration that Stallings doesn't want. So you see on this map, there is right now on this side, there is no roundabout and no realignment of Stallings because they had, NCDOT had earlier this year said, no, we're going to value engineer out that section. However, here is the picture of it from, I don't know, 18 months ago, whenever it was. So here is the section where it is the roundabout and the reconfiguring this road on Stallings and making it into going into Hooks Road. So this is the piece, that $5 million that will be added to the swap for the town. This is the U2509 project. So if you recall, this is basically there's 74 and then there's Northeast Parkway. All of these projects to the north are Northeast Parkway. Some of these are funded, some are not. And this is Independence Point Parkway. And again, some of these pieces are funded and some of are not. The C9 section is right here. And it's basically from Crown Point Executive. I always butcher the road name. And this is Sardis Road North here. And then this is Rice Road. So this is the segment right here. And that is the piece I initially said, okay, that's 21 million. It's nice, neat, and it's a nice little neat package. You know, can we swap this out? Can this be a part of the swap instead of the 485 interchange? And then this is the project that Stallings wants. This is the 6170 concept design for Lawyers Road, and it would improve some of their interchanges and do some widening for this section of road to Stevens Mill. So this, like CJ said, all of this happened really quickly in the past week. I mean, I've never been a part of this kind of process before. It's pretty unheard of. So we got that call on Tuesday afternoon. Wednesday, CRTPO staff met. It was information only. Then CRTPO, the TCC took action on October 6th. And interestingly enough, everyone voted yes, except for Min Hill. Min Hill, they feel like it's happened too fast. And they felt that there's a project that it's 5007. And that project is Matthews Mint Hill Road. And they would have liked that money, that additional money to go to that project. And, you know, we all talked to them, the town of Matthews staff, as well as Mint Hill, talked to NCDOT about this one project. And basically it's $160 million and they never segmented it. I think Susan and I are pretty aggressive about trying to segment things and trying to get things funded. They're not having their segmentation meeting until the end of this month, I think. So because of the time constraint and the crunch of time, that just wasn't even on NCDOT's radar. But that's the one jurisdiction who voted against this at the TCC meeting. In addition, the city of Charlotte actually made the motion, David McDonald with Katz, and then Andrew Van Tresca, who is with, I think Davidson, seconded the motion. So I didn't even get a chance to make or second the motion, which shows, you know, I thought if we want this project to go through, I think we have regional support. And I think a lot of that stems from the TCC not wanting to force Stallings to have a project they don't want. It's not so much they want to give the money to us, it's that they just don't want Stallings to have something they don't want. And then ultimately tonight, the Stallings as well as the town of Matthews is going to take action on this item, and then CRTPO board on October 19th is going to actually hear this and we'll have to take action on it. The motion to the TCC will be what the motion to the board will be what the TCC has recommended. And so if we want that additional piece, which is the basically that roundabout, the realignment, then we have to amend the motion. So that would be Commissioner Garner would have to amend that motion going into that meeting. But we will regroup tomorrow morning and see what all the different jurisdictions have done and work with CRTPO on that. So this is actually the action requested, which is to direct the town manager to send a letter of support to CRTPO for swapping a portion of the funding from Idlewild Road Project 4913 from Lawyers Road U 6170 and Independence Point Parkway segment C9 U 2509 EB projects as outlined in the accompanying table. And basically the table is just saying you're removing basically a project for 39 million and you're adding these three projects so that it adds up to the 39 million.
Commissioner Garner.
Dana is, I guess you'll find out more from Mint Hill tomorrow, but I was under the impression that to do a swap, all parties involved had to be for the swap.
So Mint Hills does not touch this project. In terms of geography, it is the town of Matthews and Stallings, and Mint Hill is close in terms of geography, but they don't actually have standing according to NCDOT.
Okay.
Commissioner Tafano.
What is the portion of the town's money, if any, in all of this?
We would be responsible for betterments for each of these projects. So there's no like 20% match on this kind of project. There's, this is an NCDOT project. So I could get that for you in terms of, I'm trying to think what betterments we have listed. We probably have it listed in the CIP.
Since these are projects that we would have done anyway or not, our contribution doesn't increase or decrease with this. We would be doing betterments for the C9 section, which would be for the widened planting strip from 4 to 8 feet. So that's the right of way and grading footprint. And the 10-foot side path is still up for debate if they give us bike lane credit for that. So really our contributions are the same, whether I guess we would go down because there's less in the Idlewild Road corridor, but it's the same.
Do you have a rough estimate of what that?
We don't have estimates yet because they weren't far enough along in design to give us the estimates. I mean, we have placeholders in the budget. I'm looking for Becky. We got placeholders in the budget, but I'm not recalling them off the top of my head. Definitely not for C9 because that wasn't anything that was previously funded. But for Idlewild, we had a placeholder. Looks like she's got it.
The placeholder was 300,000 for Idlewild.
And if they do the project, then is it mandatory that we do the betterments?
That's a really good question. The betterments are not mandatory. The betterments are so that we can get cost utilization. The contractor mobilizes once to build the infrastructure that we have in our UDO that we should build for our town. So yeah, the board can decide, no, we don't want sidewalks and side paths. We're not going to pay for the betterments, and the state probably would be happy to build us just asphalts. But in the past, the board has taken a pretty firm stand that we're going to get our sidewalks with their projects.
Thank you.
Let's make sure I understand, U 4913, roughly half of that project was in Matthews. Is that correct?
Less than half.
Less than half.
Yeah.
So we're really getting a good deal here.
Yeah.
This is good.
Mhm. Yeah, we really wanted the DDI. I have to say, we did. That was my first ask to to Brett when he called me on Tuesday afternoon. I said, I want the DDI. And he's like, we can't make it work. And so I was really surprised when he came back this morning and said he could make the roundabout and Stallings work.
Didn't we want a DDI for John Street as well?
So, yeah, so what the mayor is referring to is there was a consultant who proposed a DDI for the John Street interchange, which, yes, we were very excited about that too. That would have been like a below grade DDI, which would have been interesting to design. But the state was too far along in their design process with the current interchange configuration that they're building now to back up and redo it for the DDI.
Well, I certainly don't want to upset our friends in Mint Hill, but this looks like a huge win for the town of Matthews. Commissioner Hoover.
Project 4913, the Ottawa Road one.
Mhm.
Now, I would love to see that done because, we know that needs to be done, but I understand Stallings pretty much has the vote on that, on U 4913, the Ottawa Road.
Right. So Stallings is meeting tonight
Right.
because it is, and we double checked with Brett, because I know you asked me that question earlier. So we double checked with Brett Knipe. And, we basically said it's somewhat in Matthews, but its majority is in Stallings, and basically Stallings would have the right to delete the project.
Right. Okay, and for me though, would like to keep
Oh,
the
sorry,
funds. Go ahead.
Sorry, real quick. I just want to clarify that a little bit. So if Stallings voted that they didn't want it, but Matthews voted that they did want it, then they would try to segment it out somehow. So we'd likely just end up with the roundabout and not the swap.
Right, but I remember speaking with you about, I don't want to get into all the details, but losing the funds, we were pressed, and so,
Yeah.
yeah,
Right. The rest of the funds would go back to the DOT,
right.
not necessarily even in this
So
area.
that's why it's really important to make this decision. Right, exactly. But for me, I'd like to keep the funds here in Matthews. So is it possible we can move the funds for U 6170 and U 5007?
So they won't so there's for the 5007 project, which is Matthews Mint Hill Road, from basically the roundabout into Mint Hill. That is something that we asked about we discussed with Brett Knipe, and because it's $160 million project and it's not been segmented. And this was $40 million. And in order to, in this time frame, to get a project swapped, there has to be rational termini. That's their term, NCDOT's term, federal's term. And we don't have that. They don't have that ready. Susan and I, are very aggressive about segmenting our projects. And Mint Hill has their meeting in like 4 weeks to segment a project, even though they've had this project for many, many years. So unfortunately, that project, according to Brett Knipe, who, sort of has the yes or no authority on this swap, said that they were not a contender. That project did not meet the criteria for the swap.
Thank you.
Any other comments, questions, or concerns for Dana? Commissioner Urban.
So I guess while the fire was hot, you were trying to get at this thing, because I
Right.
guess my question about the C9 section is that component in the bigger picture. What happens, I'm playing devil's advocate here, if the other components fall through or there's delays from that standpoint? Are we stuck with C9 where we could have taken $21 million and used it on some other project?
So if I'm going to show you the map, let me go back. And it may be hard to see. So right now, C9, what we have funded right now is this yellow section is funded, and this section here, the blue section, is funded. So we have, this is 51. So right now, this piece behind Home Depot is funded, and this piece with Sam Newell is funded. So C9 would come after, would be built basically during or after those sections. So the way we, everything on this side will be funded, is funded, like these two projects are funded. So that'll create great connectivity for the town. So that's why we thought it was a really viable
What,
piece.
what about on the other side, in Matthews Township Parkway?
Okay,
I see the
so,
yellow.
so the yellow, and I don't think, I'm not sure which map, I think that you pulled, is all of the yellow funded? Is it okay. So the yellow piece is funded. So the yellow piece is funded. I don't believe this little guy is funded, right, Susan? And then, so this is already existing, and then this piece is funded. This piece is funded. And then C12 is not funded. So this piece over 45, would love to figure out how to get that funded. That is my, after I take a moment and breathe after this week, that is going to be a huge lift for us to figure out how to be creative and get that piece funded. That's my on our side of this project. I think the state has bigger fish to fry because they need to figure out how to get the managed lanes funded, because all of this section, this whole thing, which is managed lanes, is not funded right now. They're going to reprioritize that. Perhaps it'll score well and see in P9 and P7, but it's a huge project. It's costly.
So as a follow-up to that, does that mean that you actually may have construction on the side roads before 74 is worked on?
Right, which is great, which
Which you would want, but I mean, you potentially could have it significantly ahead of that road project.
So what is funded is actually the widening of Independence, including the bridge work and the main. So that changed because it was all the overpasses.
the overpasses.
Yeah,
You're
I'm
correct.
sorry.
Okay. So the overpasses, the bridge work is funded. So like the bridge over. Oh, sorry, didn't mean to do that. Okay, so the bridge here in over, this is 52. I'm sorry, 51. This is Matthews Mint Hill, Sam Newell, and then the purple, which is the main line, is not funded. So they will be widening out those bridges in preparation for the widening and the managed lane. But right now, that piece of it is not funded. It has to go through reprioritization.
How about the flyover at Sam Newell?
Correct. That is funded. So that bridge section is funded.
And you answered a lot of my questions about C12, but how much does that section cost again right now?
C12?
Yeah.
Is that 45? I think it's 45-ish.
35-ish. Wow.
The big bond.
All right, any other questions? Mr. Garner?
I just want to make a statement that I don't know that anybody really saw this happening, but last year behind the scenes, Dana and Susan and CJ were working tirelessly to make this project happen. And in the big scope of things, this is what's going to make John Street possible for us. And so I want to recognize that and thank you all for your hard work and for figuring out how to make NCDOT see things from our side.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's an excellent comment. Every time I meet my counterparts from other towns, they ask if they can borrow or hire this team here, and I say, absolutely not. They're not available. Don't want to speak for you, but sorry. But you guys do an awesome job. We really appreciate it.
Thank you. So this topic will be at the 7 o'clock meeting, and CJ will be presenting that memo and the change. We're going to have, this is the new action and not what's on the current memo because of the changes this morning.
All right. Any further questions? Everybody clear on this? All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We'll take a 40-minute recess, come back at about 6:55 for our regular meeting. Thank you. Good evening. Welcome to our October 10th, 2022 meeting of the Matthews Board of Commissioners. I'd like to start with some introductions on my left and your right. We have Assistant Town Manager Malia Gordon. We have Commissioner Renee Garner, Commissioner Larry Whitley, Mayor Pro Tem Ken McCool, our Town Manager Becky Hawk, our Town Attorney Charlie Buckley, Commissioner Mark Tafano, Commissioner Gina Hoover, Commissioner John Urban, our Town Clerk Lori Canapino, our Planning Director Jay Camp, and our Communications Coordinator Maureen Keith. Let's start with a moment of reflection from Commissioner Hoover.
Tonight, I just want to bring forward that, to remember that, October is National Breast Cancer Awareness Month. And for you ladies, please, take care of yourself. And I have noticed that Commissioner Whitley is looking good tonight in his pink. So, then also, October is also Fire Prevention Month. This year is special because we are celebrating 100 of years. From 1922 to 2022. October 9th through the 15th is actually Fire Prevention Week. And it is observed each year in commemoration of the Great Chicago Fire, which began in 10/8/1870. The fire killed more than 250 people, left 100,000 homeless, destroyed more than 17,400 buildings. And the goal is to raise safety awareness and to help ensure your home and family is protected. So the theme is Fire Won't Wait, Plan Your Escape. Things we can do to protect our families and our firefighters as well are prepare a fire escape plan, test your smoke detectors and carbon monoxide alarms, install smoke alarms on every level of your home, replace them every 10 years. And please remember our firemen and women who have lost their lives in the line of duty. And we thank our Matthews PD, all the firemen and women for their service. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hoover. That's some wise advice. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic which stands one nation, under God, indivisible. All right, like to ask Town Manager if we have any additions, deletions, or movements within the agenda.
No, Mr. Mayor.
All right, I'll entertain a vote to adopt the agenda.
So moved.
Motion from Mayor Pro Tem McCool, a second from Commissioner Whitley. All in favor? All opposed? That passes unanimously. We'll move on to public comment. Anyone who's registered in advance will speak first, and after that, anyone in the audience who wishes to speak may do so, and then I'll call on our virtual audience as well. So the first person we have signed up is Jim Harzinski.
Pass that to Laura. Thank you. Mayor, Commissioners, I'm Jim Ardzinski, 619 Meadow Lake Drive, Matthews, North Carolina. In the last meeting, I observed something, in my opinion, I found quite frankly disgusting. Something I can no longer remain silent on. The town meeting video reinforced my opinion. A cancel culture attended the Board of Commissioners meeting that evening on September 26th, via attacking the messenger and not the issue. I saw commissioners, in my opinion, disgracefully resort to what appeared to be premeditated personal attacks on a fellow commissioner for simply presenting general background information on bonds, asking questions to clarify bonds. Sadly, the leader of the town allowed those attacks to continue without reprimand or limit. This is not the behavior I want from the town officials. In the end, the answer the commissioner was seeking was never properly addressed, as the vitriol and animosity that arose in that meeting prevented it from being properly discussed. Those attacks were not only attacks on a commissioner, but were attacks on the citizens of Matthews.
citizens that have entrusted you with the responsibility to represent us in the town's business. Certain commissioners appear to let personal differences take precedence over conducting the town's business, their differences. And then we're asked or told to trust you with doing the right thing with $35 million in bonds. Statements such as, and I'm paraphrasing, vote for it and we'll figure it out later. Remember the statement years back, we have to pass it to know what was in it? Statements, again paraphrasing, implying the bonds will not be issued all at once, so the impact would not be felt all at once, is a deflection tactic that goes to the heart of that trust. What I trust is 2 + 2 = 4. The full impact will eventually be felt, and felt for a minimum of 10 years, when all the bonds are issued and it is more than the price of a cup of coffee. 2 weeks ago on that Monday evening, you destroyed my trust in this town government. It is gone. I cannot trust this board with $35 million bond debt. Reiterating my opinion, the behavior I observed was embarrassing and unprofessional. In a responsible business environment, such behavior is not condoned. It destroys the image and fabric of a business. Those involved are usually dismissed as they have demonstrated they cannot be trusted either within the company or representing the company in public without supervision. That principle should apply to Matthews government. Making it a magnitude worse, this behavior was in a public forum. Lori, please include a copy for the board notes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harzinski. Next up, we have Heather Laws.
My name is Heather Laws. I live at 924 Glen Shannon Road in Matthews. Mayor, Commissioners. The last Board of Commissioners meeting on September 26th opened with a very nice invocation by Ken McCool. He stated that everyone there had hearts and minds focused on making every moment count. Each person present had talents and abilities to offer for the benefit of the town. Even mistakes present a chance to make every moment count. I took this as a very positive opening, a terrific description of a group of diligent people making their individual efforts toward the common good. Things changed after the public comment section in which 2 Matthews citizens expressed grave concern regarding the upcoming November bond referendum. Commissioner Mark Tafano presented bond information for the sole purpose of initiating an open discussion regarding the bonds and public concern. Mark's topic had been approved as an agenda item ahead of time, so the commissioners and mayor were aware of it, and they were well prepared. The positive thought of individual efforts toward the common good went right out the window. Mark earnestly presented bond information, which he had researched by talking to financial professionals who have respected knowledge regarding the bond market. Mark's request for discussion on this topic was not met with support or questions or any sort of approval. It was met with a parade of prepared responses from some of his fellow commissioners, as well as our mayor, the one responsible for maintaining decorum during our town meetings. Mark was accused of leading a fear-mongering campaign. He was advised he was not qualified to make bond statements, and he was accused of insulting Becky Hawk with his questions. Next, Mark was told that he had offended them with his presentation, that he was insinuating the town was deliberately misleading its taxpayers. It was stated the difference between today's 3%, tomorrow's possible 4± interest rate was nothing more than the cost of a cup of coffee for homeowners. One commissioner's remarks indicated we just needed to pass the referendum and worry about the costs later. Even though the topic of discussion for both of the public speakers was sincere concern about expected tax increases, it was stated confidently that Matthews residents want what the bonds offer. What makes you think this is true? And that additional town growth will help offset the costs? Just one more issue of sincere concern for many of us residing in Matthews. Lastly, Mark was ridiculed for his list of credentials in comparison to some well-accomplished advisors the town had engaged. Not a single elected official thanked Mark for his concern or his work in preparing his bond information. Instead, he was summarily attacked and his effort unappreciated. His talents and abilities offered for the benefit of the town were soundly denounced by his fellow officials. I found this behavior childish and unbecoming a governing body. This should have been stopped the moment it began, but the personal assaults were allowed to play out. As an appropriate response to this situation, I request a public apology from all members of the town board who participated in this group harangue. This should never have happened in a civil town meeting and should certainly never happen again. Turn this mistake into a moment that counts by resolving to behave more professionally in future meetings. Learn to work together for the sake of Matthews. Please include this full presentation in the meeting minutes. Okay. This is Mark Tafano's life experiences. At 17, he joined the Air Force stationed at NORAD. After the Air Force, Mark was hired by a NASA contractor as a lead electronics technician working on the Apollo program, as well as other top secret military projects. He was transferred to Bude, Cornwall in the UK, satellite communications engineer. Received his University of Maryland BS in Business Administration, summa cum laude. District Sales Manager, Olivetti, NCR, and Victor. 1984, he formed the Carolina Engineering Laboratories with venture capital, created Style Writer, and sold it to Apple. Formed Telesys Technologies with venture capital, created and patented Symphony, featured in Entrepreneur magazine. Contractor business consultant for TIAA, Duke Energy, Coca-Cola, Wells Fargo. Employed full-time by Wells Fargo as financial systems designer. Commander of Hooks or American Legion Post 235. He led the effort to create Matthews Veterans Memorial Park. He's an accomplished musician, classical pianist, performer, and opera singer with Opera Carolina for 15 plus years. A proud father, grandfather, and great-grandfather. He's a team leader for Men of Acts in Central Church of God for over 10 years, and he is a Matthews Town Commissioner. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Laws. We'll move on to George Young.
George Young, 407 Vinecrest Drive, Matthews, North Carolina. Welcome, Town Mayor, Town Board of Commissioners, Town Manager, citizens of Matthews. I was also at the last meeting. I have some prior experience with this. I was on the Board of Commissioners, and me and Bill Dixon got elected quite a long time ago. At the time, one of the rules that happens when you get elected is sort of a rules of how commissioners work. One of the rules we had at the time was you needed 2 people to basically put something on the agenda. Bill, I talked to Bill and I said, whatever you want to put on the board agenda is fine with me, but please understand I may vote against it. The concept was we should always be able to have no problem with discussing anything in the light of day outside of very small issues, which go into what's called a closed session. And that is restricted by state law, what you can do in closed session. So the last meeting I went to, I wasn't even planning to go. I just looked at the agenda and there was this remark about the bonds, and Commissioner Mark Tafano, if I pronounced her name right, was going to have something about the bonds. So I thought I'd show up. He had a presentation and I watched it. And then the next thing I noticed was there was 2 other presentations. One was from our town manager, who was from home because she was sick at the time, which was put on the screen. There was another presentation by Renee Garner, town commissioner. And I was trying to figure out, why are these 2 not on the agenda package? I've been around the town board long enough in the town of Matthews. That was done because we want to see what hand a commissioner has before we go after them in a public hearing. And that is something we should not be doing, period. Just so you know, I would support every single commissioner, even if I disagree with you for whatever you put on the public hearing. This is not specific to one commissioner. This is something that every one of you has a right to. I was also concerned about some of the remarks that happened after. The content of what he brought up should have never ended up in a public hearing. My gut tells me it was because he got forced because he wasn't getting answers. So he had to put it before the public. By the way, agendas are scheduled by both the town manager and the town manager. What goes on there is a general rule. The meeting that was done was a meeting with practically nobody. This is a zoning meeting. So there's a lot of people that will sit here, which means there's a lot of witnesses. At least one thing that is better is we used to have controversial votes that happen at midnight and 1 a.m. by one of our prior mayors. So no one would see it. Okay. I'm glad to see that we essentially stopped the meetings at about 10 o'clock. I'm very appreciative of that. I also want to say that, and I believe credit where credit's due, Commissioner John Urban was not at this meeting. None of my remarks were directed at him. He was not here. Okay. I also, on a personal note, want to say I sent an email 2 years ago dealing with Butler High School and some school issues. He was about the only one I think that actually responded, and I appreciate that. Again, you need to work together. There's nothing wrong with stuff being, even if it doesn't look good. You know, I'm semi-retired. I'm wearing t-shirts and pajamas basically nowadays. Okay, because I can. Don't let that chair and the suit become more important than the town of Matthews. There was a U.S. Senator McCain, country first, party second. So the thing I think all of you need to think about is, number one is the town of Matthews first and the personality second. I'm very grateful as a vet that I'm able to stand here and talk. There are people in parts of Ukraine that cannot do this. But a white van will pick them up and haul them off. It's something that we have in the United States, which is called the First Amendment. Same thing with freedom of press. And again, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Young. Would anybody else in our audience like to come up and give a public comment? Maureen, do we have anybody in the virtual audience that's indicated they'd like to make a comment?
Yes.
We do, okay.
Hello?
Well, we can hear you.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, please state your name and address for the record.
Tylene Earhart, 313 North Fremont Street. I just wanted to take a minute to say that I, for one, am tired of a certain commissioner, Mr. Tafano, taking valuable resources from town staff and literally making everything about himself. The information shared is exactly what Mr. Tafano has listed on his LinkedIn profile. If he's apparently in tech, he should understand that that is an important place to update your information. Back to my previous statement, what we're hearing tonight is exactly about someone making it about themselves. I appreciate the candor showed to Mr. Tafano's presentation that again was a waste of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Earnhardt. Do we have any other? Move on, ask Jay to introduce the planning board members in attendance.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, everyone. Here on our first two rows, we have our Town of Matthews Planning Board. I'll start over here. Natasha Edwards, our Vice Chair, Doug Rose, Sarah Walker, our Chair, Mike Foster. On the second row, Jim Johnson, Howie Lavner, Jonathan Clayton, and also planning staff, Rob Will and Darren Hallman, since they joined the planning board. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, we're very appreciative of our planning board volunteers. Move on to item A, zoning application 2022-752 Matthews Gateway. To change the zoning classification and changing conditions from R9 and MUD to a single MUD district on that certain property designated as 1205 East John Street near the I-485 interchange to accommodate a multi-use development with a maximum of 240,000 square feet of office space, retail, restaurant, and other commercial uses, and a maximum of 150 hotel rooms, a maximum of 120 single-family attached dwelling units, and a maximum of 285 multifamily dwelling units, and further designated as tax parcels 215042-19-12 and -13. This was continued from our September 12th meeting. Mr. Will.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, members of the board. The applicant has requested to continue this public hearing until January 9th of 2023 because the transportation impact analysis must be approved by the NCDOT before it is deemed complete. I have attached a request to your memo or in your packet. And we do have a representative from the applicant here to answer any questions if the board has any.
Are there any questions from the board? Would you like to hear from the applicant? Commissioner Urban.
My little green light's on. Oh, okay, my green light is on. I don't need to hear from the applicant. They can respond to me afterwards, but I think in this particular case and the next case that we're going to hear, one of seven have an issue with these ongoing deferrals and delays. I think if board members want to defer because we're looking for more information or we're feeling there's an I not dotted and a T not crossed, that's one thing. But looking at this particular case, it's been going on since June. And frankly, it's not fair to the board. It has to prepare all the time for these things going on. It's not fair to staff because you guys have to continually sort of pull out of the fight and go back into the fight every month. But most importantly, it's not fair to citizens in Matthews because they attend and they come and they hear, oh, deferral, I'll come back next month. Well, I'm sure after the second and third deferral, they're probably discussed it with the whole system, discussed it with us on the board, discussed it with staff. And so we need to come up with a better system, and whether that's a time frame which you can't defer beyond a certain point. If you're not advancing the petition, meaning you're not coming to us with any due diligence that moves the ball forward, you're done. I think the checklist must be complete before you come to the table, whether it's a TIA or a community meeting or you didn't color the elevations correctly. So I'm only one of seven. I'm willing to hear board. I'm sure that they'll want to give you this deferral, but this has tipped the balance for me in letting this continue to happen. I think we have to make some cognitive decisions as board as sort of a policy statement that says, you know, if we defer it, that's one thing. If you defer it better be really, really, really good. And if all the boxes aren't checked, we just won't take a vote on it and send you back. Thank you.
Mr. Garner.
I agree with Commissioner Urban. I believe that with this and the next one where the TIA is incomplete, I would like to see that as part of the application process so that we aren't getting these packages that are incomplete coming to us. That's some information that we should have before it comes to the board or before it's accepted into the planning process. I'm also a broken record on this, and I know that you guys thought it was funny of me to say it last time, but still the sign is covered by grass, and driving down John Street, you can't even read when the public hearing is. Having a public hearing where the public can't find the information to attend, I think is well, it's irresponsible for the property owner undergoing this process. And part of the zoning process is that we have public input. If they're not doing their due diligence, just simply by mowing the grass, it shows a lack of responsibility and a lack of respect for the people that they're hoping to serve with their development.
Thank you, Commissioner Garner. Would anybody else like to weigh in?
I concur with what Commissioner Garner and Commissioner Urban have said. It is frustrating. We have these, see the agenda packet. There's a long list of things, and then we only talk about one item. It gets frustrating. Maybe have some more accountability. I will be in favor of continuing this motion because we're just now having this conversation, but I think moving forward, we need to maybe have a serious conversation about some procedural stuff we can do to prevent this from happening.
Is that a motion, Mayor Pro Tem?
That is.
We have a second? I'll second that. All right. We have a motion to continue the public hearing for this item to January 9th, 2023. Is there any further discussion? All in favor? All opposed? That passes 5-2 with Commissioners Hoover and Commissioner Tafano in opposition. Rob, I'd just like to say that I agree with the other comments that were made this evening. I think we need to get a checklist. And basically, if you don't check every box, then we don't move forward because this is getting a little unwieldy at this point. Move on to the next
Yes,
item, zoning application 2022-759, Midfield Station to change zoning classification from R15 to ENT on that certain 66.85 acre site south of Matthews Mint Hill Road and north of the Sportsplex, seeking mixed-use development consisting of multifamily units, single-family attached units, and non-residential uses, and being further designated as tax parcels 215-081-13 and -33. This was continued from September 12th. Mr. Hallman.
Thank you, Mayor. The applicant is still in discussions with CATS over the possible Silver Line light rail station. Additionally, the applicant has not completed their community meeting. And we just received we received the TIA first draft after the public hearing deadline. So staff we're requesting a continuation of this one as well. And we have received verification from the applicant that they would be okay with the 90-day continuation. So this would be they would be requesting January 9th, 2023.
Okay, any discussion? Commissioner Tafano.
So you're stating that the reason for the continuance is totally out of the control of the applicant?
So it's a little bit mixed. It's with those ongoing light rail discussions and where that station's going to be located and nailing that down. Since that hasn't been met, they've kind of put off some of the other things just a little bit, just to get a little bit closer, or just to focus on that. Because once those items are completed, it would trigger the community hearing. So we would just be postponing for the light rail.
And when is that anticipated to happen? The light rail participation?
That I'm not sure of. I know, like I said, they have ongoing discussions with CATS. I know town staff has met a few times to look at like possible locations, but ultimately it would be between the town, CATS, and the developer.
Are they requesting postponement to a specific date?
January 9th, 2023.
I would suggest that would be moved to a point where it would be contingent upon all of the check boxes being marked before we move forward and even postpone it again after that. In concurrence with Commissioner Urban's remarks, we don't need to be continuing postponement waiting on the Silver Line contribution. So in other words, don't come back to us unless it's ready.
Charlie, could you weigh in on that? Since that has been advertised, do we still need to hold the public hearings?
If this is continued, then it would not be a public hearing, but I'm not sure I understand.
Well, I believe initially we had started the public hearings because we had did an
Yes.
advertisement, so
Yes.
we were required to hold the public hearing. So now that we're in the public hearings, we have to continue with the continuations or.
Yes, well, there will be a point where that continuation must stop because it's gone much further than the original public hearing date and therefore would not be valid. Any additions added after the last addition that was at a legal public hearing. The public has the right to know what's going to be voted on. And the way this continues out, they have no idea what's going to be voted on, and much less anybody right now. So there is a point of no return.
But our solution for this evening, don't we have to set a date?
Yes.
And to Commissioner Tafano's point, we don't know what the ultimate date is when all the boxes will be checked. So
Mhm.
do we have any level of confidence? I think that was Commissioner Tafano's question, that the boxes will be checked by January 9th. Jay, do you want to weigh in on this?
I think the message to the applicant would be that it's been deferred January 9th, and that if you can't meet that date, that we would suggest that they withdraw the case and come back when they're ready.
Sounds like a good plan to me. So Commissioner Tafano, would you like to make a motion?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to postpone zoning application 2022-759 until January 9th. If it does not if it is not ready by that date, then we're encouraging the applicant to withdraw.
I'll second that. May I make a suggestion that you use the word continue and not postpone? The statutory language is continued, so.
Very well. Do I need to repeat the entire
No,
thing?
that's good. I think we got
You
it.
can
Okay.
agree to.
Okay, thank you.
So a motion from Commissioner Tafano, second by Commissioner Whitley. Any further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? That passes unanimously. Thank you. Move on to the next item. Zoning application 2022-762, The Ridge, to change the zoning from R12 to I1 CD on that 45.03 acre parcel on land located on Campus Ridge Road and further designated as tax parcel 215-22102. This was continued from August 8th. Mr. Will.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Members of the board, we are going to hold a public hearing tonight. All right. Okay, this is the Ridge on Campus Ridge Road. I'm going to see if my technology will this work for me, Jay? Yep, it is going to. Great. But I can't see. Okay. This is located off Campus Ridge Road. The existing zoning is R12. The proposed zoning is I1 CD. It's currently a vacant site. And the proposal is a 470,000 square foot building that will consist of office and warehouse space. So this is the site. As I said before, it's currently vacant. I'll go into some of the surrounding land uses here in a second, but it's 45 and some change acres. This is a wonderful picture of 45 acres of some new pine. This is at the corner of Campus Ridge Road and the CSX line where the property is located. As I said before, the property is about 45 acres. It's undeveloped and it's located along Campus Ridge Road and the CSX rail line. I'm going to point out right here. It's surrounded in green. To the north of the parcel across the rail line are three properties that were just recently rezoned to I2 CD, a couple of which have some environmental contamination. But then to the west of the site is a substation, and pretty much everything else is vacant. This triangular parcel and across Campus Ridge Road is vacant as well. We've got a homestead sort of here, but it's all sort of zoned R12. So this is the proposed site plan. As I mentioned before, it's 470,000 square foot building. Proposed to be warehouse distribution, office, and other industrial uses as allowed in the I1 zoning district per their conditional notes. There's 153 trailer parking spaces along the north and the plan north and plan south. And there's 264 auto parking spaces towards Campus Ridge Road. There's a proposed outdoor storage area towards the rear of the building, which is right in this area over here. They are proposing some enhanced landscaping along Campus Ridge Road and a public street to parallel the CSX line. There we go, to the north, and a side path along Campus Ridge Road. So this is a conceptual visualization of what the building could look like. It's large, but it also is and so and I don't mean that in a bad way. It's just it is large and tall. So I'm going to spend a little bit of time talking about our East John Outer Loop area, small area plan. And this was adopted by the board in 2017. The area you see here in the aerials with the Duke substation in the middle is the study area. This is the area in question, about the 45 acres. You kind of see it's right across from the 3 parcels that were recently zoned I-2. So in the East John Outer Loop small area plan, we have a variety of uses and a transportation network that is roughly proposed. So I think I'm not going to read through this slide, but one of the main things to that I want to stress is this is the area for rezoning. It says 57 acres. So it is the blue area, which is office, residential, production, distribution, proposed uses, is a little bit larger, but 45 acres is the parcel we're talking about rezoning tonight. I think the most important bullet is the 4th bullet. New internal street networks and pedestrian pathways should be designed for the larger segment of the study area as individual sites are proposed for development. And again, this is, excuse me, a rough, those lines in there are meant to be a street network. And as you can see, the office distribution, residential production parcel is traversed by some by a street network. The TIA, I'm just going to give a brief summary, is it's complete, but it needs some substantial revisions, including an update to the site plan. The intersection of East John and McKee Road was incorrectly modeled. That needs to be redone. And the college campus was out of session at the time it was done, and they're committing to count the intersections after the start of school and rerun the analysis. So I wanted to throw in something about our strategic plan because this is very important. And Vision 8 talks about properly managed growth and development. And it says the town of Matthews offers a wide variety of housing types and values with walkable, distinctive, and attractive neighborhoods to help meet the housing needs of all residents. We're not really talking about housing tonight, but it also says that town leaders have balanced the need for sustained economic development with concerns about overdevelopment. Some of the staff comments and outstanding issues are, while this is partially conforming to the John Street small area plan, the scale and the roadway network are not really in keeping with the vision of the plan as a destination area that incorporates a mix of uses. Our fire department noted that there's currently no water access to this site until a line is extended. And it's important that the Transportation Advisory Committee has concerns with the placement of the proposed building and roadway and feels that they are inconsistent with the East John small area plan. I think that's my last slide. That's great. I'll be happy to answer any questions. The applicant is here and does have a presentation for you this evening.
Rob, can you go back to the study plan slide?
Yes. This one?
Right. What, where the label says consensus build out scenario, what is that piece of property zoned for right there? That triangular or directly across the street?
Oh, that's CPCC. It's zoned RI. Let me see if I'm getting the right, you're talking about this area up here?
That whole section is CPCC?
This is CPCC. These are I2. This is some R20 mixed in there. And I'm sorry, sir, I don't remember what this is zoned over here.
So there's potentially a lot of some residential plan for that area.
We have a zoning map. I can go back a little bit to show you. Whoops, that's forward, not back.
Is that the proposed path for the light rail as well?
One more. There we go. Oh, it is R20. Okay. So as you can see, let's see, the blue, it's not labeled, but that's the RI, that's CPCC campus. We've got R20, B3CD, some R20, and then again, I2.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem McCool.
I guess I have a question and partial comment from staff. My concern when looking at this is, this is a entrance coming into CPCC, which is, our only higher education in the town. And so my concern is if we approve this, or if this is something we want to go forward, will this create a domino effect to creating a large industrial park in this area? Because I'm not 100% sure I'm comfortable with having large industrial buildings in our corridor going towards our community college.
Commissioner Tafano.
Yes, well, Rule 5A of the conditions, there's a general statement about the landscaping and screening. Says as generally depicted on the rezoning plan. Can you give a little bit more color to that?
Yes. So right here is this green strip is the proposed enhanced landscaping along Campus Ridge. We do not have specific details in terms of what that would look like at this time.
It says according to the rezoning plan, and I was wondering what's the rezoning plan?
Right now, this is the rezoning plan, just it shows the location.
So how, but it doesn't give any dimensions in terms of the buffer?
It does not, no, sir.
Do you have that?
No, they have, this is what we have. I'd be happy to make that a clarifying note if it needs to be.
Yes, please.
Of course.
Thank you.
Any further questions for Rob before we have the applicant make a presentation? Okay.
Brittany Lynn's 1420 East 7th Street, Charlotte. I'll wait one moment just for my presentation to pull up. All right, good evening, everyone. Again, Brittany Lynn's with the law firm of Alexander Ricks. Mayor Higdon, commissioners, thank you so much for your time. Mr. Will did a great job of orienting you to the site and providing a lot of the background. So I'm going to go ahead and skip through that just in the interest of your time. With me tonight, I have Matt Cochran as well as Lynn Leslie here to help answer your questions and provide more responses to you. Again, tonight I am representing CHI Acquisitions, which is an entity related to Crow Holdings. You've already been oriented to the site. Just wanted to re-emphasize for you all that it is next to a Duke substation on one side, CSX Railroad, and then on the opposite side of that railroad was recently approved for heavy industrial I2 zoning with some vacant land surrounding. This, again, just the zoning map reiterating the I-2 to the north, currently R12 around the periphery of the site. And then the land use plan recommendation. We appreciate Mr. Will putting all that effort into going through the details of this plan. I'd like to first emphasize that our use, which is we're proposing a warehousing and distribution kind of office use, is directly aligned with the uses that are proposed for the site. So you'll see the area in that dark kind of navy blue color, office, residential, production, and distribution. Those are exactly the uses other than residential that we're proposing. You'll also see in the properties surrounding, so kind of to the southeast is in gray. That is production, distribution, kind of again, those light industrial uses, as well as a little further down, it becomes Key Road in green. That is also for office production and distribution. So the area plan really is contemplating those light industrial uses for this area. As you transition closer to the intersection with East John Street, you do get more of the retail services types uses. So I think my vision when I look at this plan is that you have the heavy industrial that was approved kind of to the north on the opposite side of the railroad. That transitions to lower industrial, lower intensity, more of the distribution uses like we're proposing, which then transitions more into the retail community service areas as you get towards that intersection. So really serving as a transition as you're planning out how the site develops. Again, looking at our zoning plan, we are requesting 470 square feet in one single building. This is for light industrial uses, so not the heavy manufacturing uses that you'd see in I-2. This is really more of a office and distribution, potentially some showroom uses. And I'll have Mr. Cochran kind of talk you through what we envision the end user to be. Certainly not a zoning commitment, but we're working directly to kind of see how this site would fit for an end user. To really kind of play into a little bit of a showroom, a little bit of retail office uses. This isn't someone that's manufacturing concrete or slaughtering pigs. This is really more of an office use. And the renderings show that it is also designed to look that way. A couple things to point out for you. Commissioner Tafano, thank you for recognizing the screening and landscaping. I'll certainly provide a little more detail on that for you. But I know Rob pointed out that strip of green is where we're talking about enhanced landscaping as you go along Campus Ridge Road, recognizing that that is a gateway to CPCC and other areas. So we want to make sure that it is inviting and it does provide that enhanced landscaping and streetscape. Along that same roadway, we're providing a 10-foot multi-use path. So along the lines of what the area plan recommended of having that pedestrian connectivity and enhancing those areas, it means more than just roads. It also means connections for pedestrian connectivity. So a 10-foot multi-use path there. One really important thing that I'd like to point out at the very top, right next to the railroad, is that road network that I know Mr. Will briefly touched on. We originally did not have this in our plan. It doesn't particularly serve our site for now, but it does set up a road network in the future. It would be built to commercial standards. It would be completely paid for, the portion on our site, by the petitioner's team. So we consider this a pretty significant contribution to the future road network. Our site, as you can see, kind of has its own access points. This would then set up for those vacant parcels on each side. And as you continue that evolution from the heavy industrial down to more of the retail community serving and residential center, as you get closer to the East Johns and McKee intersection, that road network helps to build that out. And I'll have Ms. Leslie talk a little bit more about why things are laid out this way, why we really did put a lot of consideration into the area plan and the way that it was drawn up on that plan. And we're hopeful that this layout is able to kind of meeting of the minds mixed between being able to serve the building that we're proposing, as well as not preclude future connectivity, future development of the surrounding uses. Mr. Tafano, to your question, this is a better kind of concept, and we'll include this in our future submittals, but this is our enhanced landscape plan. So again, along Campus Ridge Road, you're seeing that 10-foot multi-use path, as well as those enhanced screening. And that might be a little hard for you to read. I'd be happy to provide you, excuse me, happy to provide you with a copy of it so you can read what's being proposed where. And Ms. Leslie, of course, also can help answer some of those questions.
If you could back up to the previous slide. So the white space between the parking area and the buffer, what is that?
Excuse me, Plan North?
I think
The-
along Campus Ridge before
along
you get to
Campus
the
Ridge, there's
parking.
quite a large white space there. What is
Oh,
that?
that's just open green space.
Okay, so there's no reason why that can't be part of the total buffer for trees.
Yeah, absolutely. We intend to, there will be grass.
Totally, totally. Well, actually with trees and proper shrubbery and all of that.
Yes, and that's what.
I'm really big on hiding parking areas from public streets.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And also this question is just out of curiosity, has nothing to do with the discussion at hand, but is the tenant here ever going to have the need for a railroad spur by any chance?
That has been discussed and no, they will not.
They will not. Okay, thanks.
All right, I think that was a perfect transition time for me to turn it over. This is just before we move on, just showing kind of more of the aerial. Again, as we talk through the transition of what this area becomes, recognizing the corridor to CPCC, recognizing as this evolves and develops as some of the remaining vacant land in Matthews. We're still kind of hamstrung by the Duke substation being on one side. That's not redeveloping anytime soon. We have the heavy industrial to the north of us that also is not going to be part of, a larger mixed use development anytime soon. So we're hopeful that you can kind of see that same vision of evolution through this area and through this corridor, and then see some of the improvements to that road network as well as pedestrian activity. I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Leslie to talk a little bit more about how we planned the road network.
Good evening, commissioners. Good evening, planning board. Lynn Leslie, 605 Lexington Avenue. What I wanted to start out with is the road network in the small area plan. As you saw earlier, it was contemplated as a grid network with tighter, smaller block areas. We first proposed this road alignment shown in orange to staff. If you notice, Campus Ridge Road has been realigned to 90-degree into, Ridge Road. And so we were proposing to connect the orange to come kind of diagonally across and up and tie into the northern part of the grid network that the small area plan proposes. In evaluating this further with staff, we determined that this was going to be really a challenge environmentally. We were crossing streams in a couple of places, setting up for some culverts, and felt like that moving the road north adjacent to the railroad was really a better option. And staff worked with us to identify that location, and Crow Holdings agreed to provide that as part of their plan. That's how we've arrived at that location. We are kind of first in and getting that roadway network set up, and hoping to provide that connectivity to those parcels that would develop north of the Duke Power substation. I do want to mention that as far as the site goes, we heard tall and big. When we did our PCO submittal with the county and really got into the grading and studied this, our building is actually sitting 27 feet below the grade of Campus Ridge Road. We've got quite a bit of topo across the site. It's falling away to that creek that runs north of the substation. So when you think about what this is going to look like from the road, just think 40-foot max height building, already we're 27 feet below grade. So you really are only looking at 13 feet of building. Additionally, we're proposing those enhanced landscape screening and plantings that will help to kind of further settle that building back into the landscape. So it really will not read or feel as imposing as it may sound. Any questions?
Yes, I have a question. Your parking area has accommodations for 153 tractor trailers. And my question is, how many daily truck trips do you anticipate from the site?
I'm going to let Matt answer
Yeah,
that. Do you remember that? You know that
No,
good.
offhand, I cannot remember the trip gen chart from our TIA, but I can just certainly provide that information.
That's something I'd really like to know. That's a little bit concerning if it's a really, really high count on that particular road. Mayor Pro Tem?
I have a question more on the economic side of things. What's the job creation, and then what are wages going to be like? I'm not really looking for an average. I'm looking for a breakdown top to bottom of what wages.
Actually, Matt Cochran, 4064 Colony Road. I actually just got that breakdown from the tenant today. I know Commissioner Urban, you had asked for it as well. So 105 jobs immediately, and we're at a point where we can talk about the tenant is Ferguson. So appliance, plumbing fixtures, go buy stuff for your kitchen remodel. So Ferguson says 105 jobs first year, up to 130 within 5 years. Though the salaries that I saw earlier, high end is 147,000 per year. Low end is in the 50s. So I've got a full breakdown.
And the majority is going to be closer to that low end.
Yes, if you average them out, I believe it's in the 50s.
So my concern with that is that'll put most of these people at 80% AMI or below, which would qualify for affordable housing. And we already have a pretty severe, almost pandemic of not having enough affordable housing. So that means one of two things. Either these folks are going to have to work multiple jobs or struggle, or they're going to have to live in a different city or area, which is going to only increase congestion on our roadways throughout. So that's a concern for me based on that as well.
Understood. Well, so there are a lot of questions. I think this is a good aerial to work off of. I would say, besides you can see the large Duke Energy substation, there is a parcel which on this plan due north of it, which is triangulated by streams. That's also owned by Duke Energy. So when you look at the parcel just to the south of the building along Campus Ridge Road, that has problematic streams as well. It was mentioned earlier, there's a homestead there. So I think the concerns of scale, I understand. But I want to get into some of the elevations and show you most important thing for us and how we've oriented the building is to show the Class A office side from the front and from the road. And as Leslie was mentioning, it is sunk from the ground. So it's not like you're going to drive by, a huge building that you're looking up at. But at the same time, we want to plan it that way. We want it to look great. We want it to look like a Class A office building from the front. So let me see if I can, there we go. So this is a corner elevation. Candidly, we're very proud of this. This is a nicer industrial distribution building than anyone is building in this area. This is very dressed up there. We've listed materials, got a lot of glass along the front. This is just a rendering, but you will see we will plan for landscaping in the parking areas and parking islands, and obviously landscaping is critical to any Class A development. One thing that this elevation does not do that the tenant we're working with, Ferguson wants to have screening walls. So that car on the right, you can see past that, that is what we call the truck court, and that's the distribution side. So that tall vertical gray wall that's there now will come out further to screen the truck court. So, a little bit of privacy, but also just from an aesthetic point of view from the roadway. So again, lots of glass, lots of architectural features we're very proud of. I think one thing that definitely has come up, and this is Ferguson, they have several spaces in the Carolinas. This will have, besides their distribution, this will have 20,000 square feet in the front of office and a retail component. So people can actually go in and buy about 13,000 square feet of that 20 will be office, and about 7,000 square feet of it will be dedicated retail. So, both private citizens and contractors can go in and get product there.
Excuse me. So Ferguson
absolutely.
has committed to that because in previous meetings, we said there would be no showroom component.
Yes, they have. And I think you could make a distinction between showroom versus retail. It is, they are selling things and showing them. So their way of looking at it is that is a retail counter component. So I think that's the distinction they made between showroom was that they have the inventory and they have appliances set up, but they don't want to call it just a showroom because the other facilities that they have sometimes are 100% showroom, no goods are coming in and out. And that's a distinction they have. So.
Commissioner Tafano.
Yes, I am a shopper at Ferguson in Charlotte and in their showroom there. And it's a lovely, very lovely, well done. I was hoping that very same thing would happen here in the Matthews area. To have just a retail counter, I think is disappointing. Is there any way we can get a commitment from the tenant to actually have
I could certainly,
Charlotte-like showroom facilities?
I can certainly ask again. Yes, I think that's a very reasonable request.
Okay, thank you.
So a couple of other things before we get to the benefits, just large economic impact. So there is a positive side to the scale. It's a $50 million building. The tenant is going to spend about $25 million finishing out inside. So significant boost of tax revenue. That whole area, we're going to have to run sewer from 485. Nobody else is coming to do that for smaller parcels, and that's going to activate a lot of other development. So I think the concern, completely understand, you don't want a ton, you don't want an industrial park to take over that whole quadrant right off of 485. Well, if I go back to the map, you can't fit this size building on anything else except for that far northwest side right there. Everything else has streams and will lend itself to be kind of mixed use, small retail, things that are called for and are laid out in the area wide plan. So I really do think that by giving the public road, you can see the overlay of where it was planned. That yellow line shows where the road network was planned. If you were to put a road there, the small parcels between the rail line and that, I'm not sure what they could be developed into. You're talking a couple, probably 200 feet deep parcels up against a railroad. So we are paying for a public road to go in that's going to connect and activate all of that other area. We're bringing utilities to the site that other people are going to connect to ultimately. Completely understand the request for a showroom commitment. Let me see what other. Yeah, and just enhanced landscaping. That's very important to us. We'll get more specs out in terms of what the slide you just saw, but we'll get an overall landscaping plan put together for your review. So with that, I will give it back to Brittany to run through.
Mr. Willie, did you have a question?
Oh, yeah, sorry. Any questions
You
for
say
me?
you're gonna run sewer line, are you gonna run water line?
Yes, both water and sewer, yes.
Commissioner.
Also, I like the drawing of the building, and I'll tell you, I have used the company for many years when we built my church, and we still do use a lot of those. And I want to tell you, it takes us an hour and a half to go downtown Charlotte to get some of the material to bring back to Matthew. This area is a dense area. I know that at some point, Hendrick was planning on doing a call out there. I think that has been canceled now. Is there no more? But at the same time, there's nothing in this area other than Campus Ridge Road and this going beside the railroad track. I know the town was at some point looking at a police part of the police station area down in that area as well too. But I like the building. I've been to the one, the other one, and I have no problem with this concept and the elevation of what it is. It is a very good looking building. And I use your company quite a bit. But at some point, there's gonna have to be something in this area that is capable of housing, employing 150 people. I know $50,000 to $100,000, especially on the low end, 50,000 doesn't sound a whole lot. But I know a whole lot of people in Matthews make way less than $50,000 a year. And so anytime we can offer that, we have waitresses and people who are doing public service for restaurant, they're not making up $50,000. They might can tip, but not on as yourself. So I appreciate the concept, and I appreciate you showing Mr. Tafano when you putting some planage along the Ridge Road so that it can be away from the parking as well too. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate that. very
Commissioner
much.
Tafano, do you have a follow-up, sir?
Actually, it's a question from a comment made earlier, was that there was some current concerns from the fire department, and we kind of just brushed over that. And I was wondering if we can go into more detail on what those concerns were.
Sure. Yeah, the commitment by the developer to extend the water and sewer line, that was the main concern from the fire department, was that there was no water access out there. So as we've heard tonight, they are committing to extend water and sewer to this area.
So everybody says I'm in the pockets of the developers and a pro development guy. I have a problem with this project. I have a problem with this project because you're basically landing a 747 next to a little Piper. You have to look at holistically, and we haven't seen that today. We need to see the whole area there. And we need to realize that your site, your building takes up as much area as the entire CPCC campus. So the question would be is, which one brings better quality of life to the town of Matthews? And I would say the CPCC campus. So would a flex warehouse industrial office park that had 8 or 9 40,000 buildings be more conducive to the scale of Matthews and more conducive to people that live here, that want to work here, being able to afford a building or move into a building like that? What you propose, the answer is no. You've got it. You said, well, it's a Class A office space front elevation. Well, there's no Class A office building that I know of in the world that's 470 feet long. It just, you know, in talking with the developer who's looking to develop just to the northwest of there, and he's talking about for sale product, for rent product, a community neighborhood retail center or whatever. I think he would be reticent now to pull the trigger on a project knowing that this behemoth was sitting right there on that aspect of it. And let me just say, we had a disconcerting conversation with McClintock Heating and Cooling a few months ago. They couldn't find a building in that 30 to 40,000 square foot range or a business park or flex office park that they could move to in Matthews so they could remain here in Matthews. They've been a part of Matthews for a very, very long time. So I find the project completely out of sorts with this particular area. And you're going to say, well, you got industrial here and industrial there, whatever. No, we don't have any industrial area yet. And I will preface that the incinerator site, I didn't vote for that particular project for just these exact reasons, because you can't take 470,000 square feet and down the road divide it into 100 smaller tenant spaces. You might divide it into 50,000 square foot spaces or 100,000 square foot spaces. Those are still pretty big tenants, require a lot of truck traffic. That's a lot of road damage. CJ's pulling his hair out now, trying to figure that out from that aspect of it. So it tremendously bothers me that we're going to do this and it sets a bad precedent. And then I'm going to ask you this next question. You don't have to answer it. It's just, you know, Ferguson sits there and says, we can't hire all these people, so we're going to go automated. So it's 100 people one year, it's 50 people the next year, and well, we're going to become a dark warehouse. So we have nothing but little machines running around inside the warehouse, but we have a really nice showroom at 7,000 square feet, and we'll occupy that with 10 to 15 people. I just don't buy it from this aspect of it. Mint Hill's got a really nice big land office park out there, and this is what they want out there. I think that this would be really damaging to a very holistic plan in this location where we're mixing flex warehouse, office, homes, retail, and an expansion, hopefully the one day of the CPCC and whatever Hendrick brings us. Thank you.
Care to respond to that?
Yeah, if I may, Commissioner Urban, thank you for that feedback. Certainly respect your opinion. The one thing I'd say here, understood, it's a large building, but some of the improvements, the infrastructure, the water, the sewer, all of those items are able to be, we can bear them with a project of this size, and something with this amount of employee base, tax base, other development benefits that we're bringing to with this plan. So being able to bring something of this size will help spur future development around it, in my opinion, that being able to bring the water in the sewer, the next guy can come along and tap into it, being able to start that road network and pay for a large portion of it helps the next guy along to be able to tap into that. Starting that pedestrian infrastructure with the 10-foot multi-use path, that also kind of helps draw the other sites to become, more recognized and more beneficial for redevelopment as well. So that's kind of where we're coming from, is that we think it actually spurs development, not stifles it. So that it does create that transition, and understanding the future view for a mix of uses for this area. We do have a few mixtures in what we're proposing. Understood, it's not, the full gamut of an entire mixed use society. What I will say is, under this current regime, the building as it stands doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be there 200 years from now, 100 years from now, even 50 years from now. So being able to have this here, preserve that road network, does not mean that if and when things do really become vibrant in this area, there's not future redevelopment opportunities. For example, the current Ferguson site, I'm talking a little out of my lane, but the one in South End, they kind of started this, they've been there for a while. They're, I believe, leaving, and that whole area is growing up as mixed use. So it certainly hasn't hindered the development around it. Understanding that this building also has other elements and more of the distribution focus to it as well. But in my opinion, it wouldn't stifle future mixed use development in the surrounding areas.
Well, we'll just have to agree to disagree, because it's not always about tax base. I know everybody says that commissioners and board members, it's all about driving taxes, et cetera. It's a quality of life issue. And we already have people clamoring to develop that land up there. Had Hendrick not owned that parcel that he has, and he has no reason to develop it whatsoever at this point in time, if that land was in other developers' hands, they'd be talking about that as well. So frankly, right now, we're trying to beat people off to find the blend and the mix of what we're trying to get to. A flex warehouse industrial park with 10 or 15 buildings, they would have the capital to do the same infrastructure. I can't fathom the words, well, we're transitioning from 470,000 square feet to X. Well, there's nothing even remotely close to X to transition to. Granted, you're next to the power station, but I know that, the Mulvaney land in there, what Pappas has been looking at, et cetera, et cetera. In my opinion, this does more damage than good when you take away the skies of, well, it's X amount of dollars we're putting into it and Y amount of dollars we're putting into it, et cetera. So I think at the stage of the game, I mean, obviously it's a game of counting votes. I'm not buying this. I think it sets a bad precedent, because the developer to the northwest corner is going to sit there and say, well, why am I talking to you all about single family homes and a nice neighborhood community center? I think I can get 400,000 square feet plopped there. And then the nose of the camel is under the tent. Thank you.
Understood. Thank you, Mr. Urban. The only other response I'd have for that is, when we talk about the scale of the building and it being large, Miss Leslie's point about it being set down from the road, and then as well as the orientation of the building as it stands, you're not looking at the wide side of the building. We are providing those screening walls and other measures to not make it feel like a huge behemoth of a building. It's not the long side that we're looking at.
Yeah, I get it, but it's one tenant with 100 employees versus 10 buildings with each having 30 or 40 employees of a diversified. You've got a guy who's in fintech, and a guy it's doing, laser cutting technology, guy that's doing Apollo valves and things like that. You've got a plumber, you've got a baker, you've got the butcher, the candlestick maker, the whole 9 yards. Matthew's small. We're not Fortune 500 companies from that aspect of it. And to do one Fortune 500 company, and I don't know if Ferguson is in that's all well and good, but it doesn't support the mom and pops situation that we have here. That's all. That's just my opinion. Thank you.
Commissioner Garner.
Commissioner Urban said that board members are concerned about tax dollars, but he's not necessarily. And my points were to bring up tax dollars. So I apologize for that. This acreage that we're looking at, I looked at the current Ferguson value in Charlotte, and it's 13 acres, and the tax bill is $92,597 a year. I know that taxes doesn't work this way. I went to art school, as was pointed out earlier. I'm not an expert in municipal finance. Knowing what the current Ferguson tax bill is. Stonecrest tax value annually is 775,000 plus. And having watched Joe Minicozy speak over and over again about best uses of property, and he compares it to Walmart. So your building is essentially 2.5 Walmarts. When that's no longer feasible and the building is abandoned, I think everyone can imagine the blight one Walmart is on property. Imagine 2.5 Walmarts. So that's why I'm grappling with suitable use. The size of the building does not make the tax bill worth it in my mind. There are much better uses for this property that bring in jobs at a similar price point. Online, it says that the warehouse workers for Ferguson make about $18 an hour. I would imagine that most Starbucks employees make that right now with tips. The wages and the livability don't match up. And I know what it's like to live on at 85% AMI. This is much lower than that. And it is very hard to live in Matthews at 85% AMI. I guess summarily, clearly, I'm not a fan of putting 2.5 Walmarts within 2 miles of my home. And I've seen what happens with trucks going from 485 to what was Family Dollar. I think this would be the equivalent on the other side of 485. It doesn't improve value of life, and it doesn't improve the quality of life that Pappas Properties is looking at, where his development would provide that tax bill that we need to improve Matthews in the long run.
Mr. Tafano.
Will Ferguson, does they anticipate to populate the entire square footage initially?
Yes.
Okay, and this is a question. Ferguson could have gone anywhere and relocated anywhere with this facility. What was their reasoning for selecting Matthews?
It was actually obviously location and, location was obviously paramount, but it was their, the reputation of Matthews, workforce, labor, and all of their studies. They love this location and feel like they've got good people that they can hire nearby. Nearby for them is not within 2 miles. Nearby is people will commute 30 to 45 minutes. And we see that across the Charlotte region. So it was not we got to be here because we know all of our employees are in the neighborhood right next to it. But that was a large part of it, was their labor study.
So I guess that leads into the question of, I'm assuming they did a competitive analysis with other communities in Mecklenburg County, and Matthews came out on top.
To be honest, I haven't seen all of their studies. I've just talked through other sites with them as well. And I know they like this site and are prepared to move forward. So I think one thing that should be noted, I completely understand talking about other product types, other developers and other developments, but we're here and we're ready to go. And there's a lot of discussion of smaller industrial buildings, which I totally understand the need to help mom and pop companies have a place, but you can't finance them. It is very hard to do a lot of the developments that have probably been sitting around waiting for years. And again, we're ready to go. I understand their concerns. I'd like to take time to answer and have long conversations with you all, try and alleviate your concerns, just have an open dialogue about it. So I appreciate all your input.
Thank you.
Mr. Whitley.
Yeah, this might be for Jay. Wasn't this area condemned or some kind of land in that area? Wasn't some portion of that land or somewhere in that area?
It's a Superfund site.
It's on the
Incinerator
other
site.
side.
Right
The
across
landfill to the north, the former landfill, the I2 property, if I'm thinking correctly. This stuff up here.
Okay. I really don't have a concern with this building. I'll tell you why. As Commissioner Irvin has stated, you got a power plant on one end, and nothing else is going to go there. And then we do have some developers looking at that corner coming up, just past 485 to the left there. But if we had agreed to let Hendrick at some point to do a car manufacturer or shop dealership, different cars out there. At one time they poured out, but I don't have no problems with this area being developed. I'll be honest with you, I like the building. I have no problem with the height. I've heard the elevations, but you know, because the campus is there, and I know the campus is one of our commodities, I have no problem with being good neighbors. And it's across the railroad track. The railroad track runs, it's pretty, that's a very isolated area. I've been down there several times, and I really was interested when Chief Pendleton would tell me about the police department looking at some area down there. And I rode because I'm a retired police officer. But I know, I come from a small town for many years where industrial and people making low wages, and the powers that be kept big businesses from coming in and offering. But this area, I have no problem with the concept. I have no problem with this area being developed across from where it is. I know there's a few homes. It's not a big, but I don't think we have nobody jumping at the bit to build over there. And that's just my opinion. That's only one opinion, but it's mine. And I think that this area is a great area to bring 153 employees here. Now, I hear things about, how about if you go out of business and you know, we can't predict what the future holds. We live for today. And I say every day when people ask me, say, hey, how are you? I say, I woke up this morning. It's one day at a time, but I tell you, I have used Ferguson for many, many years, over 26 years in my church, and being able, and he's right, it takes an hour and a half. When I tell one of my contractors, they got to go down there and pick it up, come back and install, it's an hour and a half way. If we can have something on this side, not only beneficial for Matthews, but it'd be beneficial for Stallings and Indian Trail too, who are more likely to have a good job big. We don't have that many good jobs that paying. And I know when Mr. Tafano first came on, one of his big things is brings some industry to Matthews. I agree with it. We need something that we can bring in this area that can attract people. But I don't see the harm if you have a college on one end and have an industry that looks this good. This building is as pretty as the college, and I've been over there several times taking some courses over there. But at the same time, I have no problem, and I think that it could work. And if y'all ready to pull the plug, pull the hammer on it, so more we bring some people here. And I did hear you're gonna pay some people $150,000. Now I'm old country boy. $150,000 job is good money to me. Somebody will get that. I don't know who it will, but it'll be somebody. I saw
That's the guy that sits in the big office in the front. That's not the guy that's loading boxes, I bet. Commissioner Urban.
I know that a lot of us live for today, Larry. I understand that, but we're up with this dais to make Matthews live for 100 years and 200 years. Not about today. If that was a manufacturer for Tesla, it's a whole different discussion. That building is doing nothing but storing faucets and sinks. That's it. And you know, if we took that strategy, we live for today, tax base, blah, 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 we'd still have a landfill where we have the sportsplex at right now. So we agree to disagree. That's fine. I just think that from what I understood that, you know, they're going to be pulling people in from 30 and 40 miles away. So, you know, that's not giving jobs back to the people in Matthews from that aspect of it. So I just have a tough time. You know, I've done a lot of these buildings, and all these buildings are usually sequestered with other buildings of the same family. And I just think it's a missed opportunity. This is one of our largest leftover bastions of land to be integrated and knitted into the fabric of Matthews. And this is not the way you start.
Commissioner Whitley.
it is a disposition building. You're not just putting parts there standing, they moving out. Am I correct? Correct. And people coming from all around. I don't have a problem with change. I know the small town feel is here, but at some point we have to step out of the box and bring some things that people that are around us. I'm telling you, Indian Trail and Mint Hill, and I mean Indian Trail and Stallings are very rural areas. And that is close enough where it can bring income, not just for Matthew, but there are some people that live in that just right down John Street before you get to 485 on the left and on McGee Road coming out. There's some people there that would love to have some jobs. I know what I'm talking about. So, you know, I'm not afraid of industry. I'm not afraid of stepping out of the box and bringing something that's never been before. It's the first. And a lot of times when things is the first of this magnitude, I'm gonna use my good friend Charlie Buckley's saying, if you always do what you always done, you'll always get what you always got. Thank you.
Commissioner Urban, for your concluding comment.
Thank you. I mean, everything's been tried and tested and done. So let's back up a second. Let's take Renee Gardner's conversation about the Walmart. Let's go up the street, the other side of John Street, where Pick and Pay and Family Dollar were 30 years ago. I'm all for change. I'm all for doing something different. This is different. We're better than a small mom and pop thing. So let's let Pick and Pay and Family Dollar come here. They're here. They left. And we're struggling today with it. And so that site will end up having to be redeveloped as something else after all that industry and all is there. So that's no different than what we have on the other side of John Street. Thank you.
All right, we are not making a decision tonight. This is just a public hearing, but are there any other compelling thoughts or comments that we want to give these folks before we wrap this one up? Anything further? All right, thank you for your time.
Thank you all for your time.
Jim, do you have a question?
Sorry, Jim Johnson. I'm on the planning board here. And when you do the meeting with us, is there any way you could show me what the north side of that building is going to look like? Because it seems like that road's going to be a major road getting into that down area, and we haven't really discussed what that might look like. Or if it's just the back of 180 trailers, you know, that may not be what I want to see there. So
Thank you for that comment. We'll address it. And we'll provide the commissioners as well with what we provide as the renderings.
Thank you. Let's move on to the next item, please. Item D, zoning application 2022-763 self-storage. Oh, I do. Sorry. The town manager just reminded me that I need to ask if there's anybody in the audience that has further public comment on the last item. Mr. Young. Yeah, applicant may want to wait. We have some additional comment.
Name's George Young, 407 Pinecrest Drive, Matthews, North Carolina. I live in Pine Forest, so I'm right off of John Street. So a bit of concern that most warehouses nowadays are basically a 24-hour operation, be it Amazon or FedEx or UPS nowadays. I have Amazon Prime, so I have stuff delivered all the time. So I'm part of the problem. So that being said, we have a lot of problems with that street, Old Monroe. So I'm a little bit concerned about the level of semis that are going to be dumped on that road, or maybe there might be 26-foot trucks that are going to be on that road where it's already compromised. I also have a concern with that general area. I do not know if it's this parcel or not. There was a medical incinerator out there. I don't believe they ever did a proper cleanup of that. If I vaguely remember, like in 2010, they just put a concrete cap on it. I didn't see anything in the zoning petition.
That's not on this site.
Okay. So I do have a concern. There was a thing on there about environmental, wasn't a lot of detail. I know in commercial, usually there is a environmental report that's done as part of commercial development. So the impact to the traffic in the area I have, the other aspect I'm concerned about is, like I said, it's environmental. I didn't have enough information to make any decision. And then long-term, you know, if you do want to go in the direction of a lot of residential in that area, that's going to be challenging, to be blunt. People are going to be staring at a very large industrial operation in their backyard. Thank you.
Thank you, George. Do we have anybody else in the room that would like to make a comment on this particular item, or anybody in our virtual audience? Okay. We're going to move on. Thank you. Item D, zoning application 2022-763, self-storage to change the zoning classification from B1 CD to B3 CD and that certain 1.5 acre tract designated as 7904 Council Place and being located in the northwest quadrant of the East John Street Interstate 45 interchange and being further designated as tax parcel 227-371-82. Mr. Will, you're up again, sir.
Yes, sir. Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a change in zoning, as you mentioned, from B1 to B3 CD. So this is the location and the existing zoning map. As you can see, we have 485, and this is East John. This is Council Place curving in to end in a cul-de-sac where the site is currently located. It is currently vacant. The proposal is a self-storage, otherwise known as mini warehouse facility. What is proposed is multi-story climate-controlled self-storage that will contain a maximum of 99,000 square feet of gross floor area. So this is an aerial. As you can see, I'll point out a couple landmarks. This is this sort of shadow line. This is the sound wall along 485. This is an apartment complex, retail, and some office. Oh, there's construction going on, in case you didn't know, at this 485 in East John. So I got the Google Street View, but I also wanted to point out, you can kind of see the sound wall over here. And then also there's some large pine trees that are along there in the NCDOT right away that will be shown up on the site plan later on. I mentioned it's undeveloped. It's located at the southern terminus of Council Place. And to the north of Parcel is a small strip shopping center. To the southwest is a vacant tract. And also along Council Place there are the Creekside and Matthews apartments. It's zoned B1 CD. This was done in 1999 as a part of Matthews Beltway development, which included all of this area in Council Place. I think I have a slide. Yep, there it is. This was the previously approved rezoning. It just has a number of listed uses and shows parcel C as the parcel in question as B1 CD. Okay, so this is their proposed site plan. 99,000 square foot self-storage with an on-site office. Maximum height is up to 50 feet. Proposed inland, and then we have some proposed enhanced landscaping along 485. This is the trees in bubble that I mentioned earlier that are existing in the NCDOT right away along John. And then down here we have for matter of reference, the end of the sound wall is right there. All storage will be located in the building, and any outside storage of any kind, including outside vehicle storage, moving van trailers, vehicles, anything like that is not permitted. Direct access to the individual storage units shall be provided from the exterior of the building. Access to individual storage units shall be provided to internal hallways. So this is sort of a self-contained, as I mentioned before, climate-controlled storage where you will go inside to get to your stuff. These, the applicant is here and has a presentation with some better elevations there in color. So, but just bear with me while I suffer through the black and white ones. This will be the area, this will be the elevation facing 485, facing Council Place cul-de-sac, facing East John, and then facing the retail mall to the north. And I think I got that right. I was going off of the northwest facing, the southwest facing, and this and that and the other thing. So I think I got it right. These are some conceptual renderings showing what the enhanced landscaping may look like here. This is some of the larger trees that are existing along East John, and the enhanced landscaping is up there as well. It is, again, this would be the adjacent parking lot, view from the adjacent parking lot. Okay, so this is the fun part where I get to do math in public. They are not planning on, their required tree save, required tree canopy or tree save is 15%. They are opting to use payment in lieu of required tree canopy because they will not be saving, as you can see, their provided tree canopy is 0. So how this works is we calculate 90% of the average tax value of land in Matthews per acre. And that is $158,326.20. Reduction of the required tree save area, which is a total reduction, 15% of the 1.5 acres. 1.5 acres is the total size of the tract, is 0.225 acres. So using the formula that's in the Unified Development Ordinance, the payment in lieu is $35,623.40. So this would go into a fund that is primarily for planting trees, shrubs, vegetation in other public areas.
Rob,
So,
can I ask a
yep.
question there?
Yes, sir.
Maybe this should go to Jay. Has that been happening as prescribed? When this, are we spending that money for trees and shrubs?
So we've had some mitigation funds come in recently, which are a little bit different. And we're actually having a tree sale, I think this weekend, that we're using some of those funds. I need to go back and look at, do you recall if we've had, this may be one of our first projects that's come in. I think the BAPS project, they were considering something out on 74.
But in your time here, do you recall this happening? That my concern is this would just be absorbed in the general fund and it never really gets used for trees. Is that, can we guarantee that will happen?
We can easily set it aside as a separate fund to keep it dedicated so that it's able to be put towards this use. At least in the 6 years that I've been here, I don't recall anyone ever having to do the public math to have something like this come up. So I think this is new. I think normally our petitioners are at least meeting the minimum tree save, but we're happy to keep it dedicated.
Thank you. Yeah, I think many, perhaps in the audience and some on this dais may recall a previous development when trees were cut down inadvertently. And they were fined $50,000 and it went to the state school board. So like, wow, thanks. So we didn't benefit a whole lot from that exercise. So be good to have this money set aside and we know it's used here in Matthews.
I can say briefly, and then I'll move on, that in the UDO, it does give some specific instructions as to what this is to be used for, and it is not to go into the general fund. So we do have some protections there.
Great, thank you.
Okay. This is a summary of the transportation impact analysis, which actually it's not the transportation impact analysis. What they requested was what we call a technical transportation memorandum. And what it showed was they're not creating very many trips at all. So it does not trigger. So the thresholds for triggering a TIA include 150 more peak hour trips. They're creating 10 in the morning and 17 in the afternoon. Weekly trips are 150 that they're generating. Our threshold is 500 daily or more trips. So the trip counts calculated did not warrant a transportation impact analysis, and staff does concur with this analysis that they have provided. Okay, Vision 8, properly managed growth and development. This is, again, I wanted to bring in the strategic plan. Town leaders have balanced the need for sustained economic development with concerns about overdevelopment. This is of course, it's a non-residential project, so housing types don't really apply. This is going to be a gateway to the town. We've heard this before, gateway to the town. So the architecture must be done right. Planning department staff feels we need some more descriptions of, and a conditional note of the proposed landscaping that's on 495, as well as some height and depth dimensions of that enhanced landscaping. Bike racks for employees are needed, and fire department had a concern about access to the back of the building. I'm going to go back to the site plan real quick if I hit the right button. To this area, I just didn't seem, so we will be working with fire marshal and the fire department and the applicant to address those concerns. And that is staff's presentation. Applicant is here and does have a presentation for you all, but I'll be happy to take any questions at this time for staff.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, members of the Board of Commissioners and members of the Planning Board. I'm John Carmichael, and I'm here on behalf of the applicant, CH Acquisitions LLC. With me tonight are Ray Holt and Mark Carpenter, the applicant, Mr. Jan Bryan with Michael Parker Studios. Jan is the architect, and then Austin Coleman with V3 Southeast. Austin's the landscape architect or engineer. I'm not sure which that works. Just working on the project. Okay. Let's see, what am I doing wrong? So Rob did a good job going through the proposal. I'll try to be really efficient. The site's about 1.5 acres. As Rob said, it's located at the southern terminus of Council Place, right the northwest quadrant of the I-8, I-45 East John Street interchange. This is an aerial of the site. The site is here. You've got a vacant parcel to the west, multifamily to the west, office building to the northwest, and then there's a small retail strip center immediately to the north. This is John Street, and this is I-45 here. The site is currently zoned B1CD. It was zoned back in 1999. The parcels to the north in purple and to the west are also zoned B1CD. And then the multifamily, which is here in yellow, is zone R12 MFCD. And then the parcels across John Street are zone MUD. And this is just another zoning map that reflects that the zoning of the site and the adjacent nearby parcels. The request is to rezone the site to B3CD to accommodate a climate-controlled self-storage building on the site that would contain up to 99,000 square feet of gross floor area. As Rob indicated, all storage will be located within the building. There'd be no outside storage permitted, and direct access would be via internal hallways. You would not be able to see doors from individual storage units from the exterior of the building. You could not store hazardous materials, and the maximum building height would be 45 feet and 3 stories. It's actually been reduced since the rezoning application was filed. And the purpose of this is really it's a self-contained structure. It would have the appearance of something maybe other than a self-storage building. But these are on the conditional rezoning plan and would be requirements if the board
decide to approve the rezoning application. Yes, sir. I won't belabor this. This is a trip generation. Really, the point of this is that these types of facilities don't have a significant impact on the infrastructure. By that, I mean schools and certainly not traffic. Years ago, I worked on a rezoning such as this by a residential neighborhood, and they described it as kind of living next to a cemetery, and that not a whole lot goes on there during the course of the day. But this is the site plan. Access would be from Council Place. This is I-45 to the south, John Street to the east. It'd be 3-story structure, maximum 45 feet in height. I'm going to ask Austin to talk a little bit about the enhanced landscaping here. And then I'm going to ask Mr. Bryan to go over the elevations, because I do think that's an important component of this proposal. But can you speak briefly to that? And I would say that the landscaping would be subject to the approval of NCDOT, correct?
Yes.
That's a little, yeah.
All right, just as John said, both the existing trees here, those are existing mature pine trees with some underbrush that already provide some sort of buffer. And then we are providing or proposing an enhanced buffer along the 485 ramp, starting at the sound wall, and then coming around meeting where the existing trees are. And that's going to be a combination of small maturing trees that get maybe 25 feet, along with large evergreen trees and some ground cover and shrubs to provide that screening along the 485 ramp.
And I believe the main entrance to the building would be here. Is that correct?
That's correct. Off of Council Place.
Okay. There you go. All right.
Excuse me, Mr. Carmichael. We were just talking about the screening there. That's really not under the town of Matthews' control, is it?
It is not. It's subject to the approval of Department of Transportation.
That was actually a rhetorical question, because of the fact that I believe it was you, sir, in the end that I walked the space with on a chilly morning, both of you, a number of months ago. And if you recall how vitally important it was to me to have that gateway properly architecturally wise, and also to have plantings there as well. So I'm very discouraged about the fact that we're not going to have any plantings on site, and you're asking for a in lieu of, and that the plantings are going to be on a piece of property that the town of Matthews nor the property owner have control over. And so I will leave it at that and ask you to help me to understand why that's a good solution.
Good evening. I'm Jan Bryan with Michael Parker Studios off Thompson Place in Mid Hill. We've got a 3-story building here that, again, is all access from inside. And we have the need to not have direct visual access to any of the units that are inside the building. So in an attempt to soften the face of the building, we're trying to create the illusion, if you will, of windows, but no visual direct access into the building. That could be accomplished through a number of ways. It could either be, a darkened glass, which I'm not a particular fan of, or a material ephes or some other type of material that at least mimics a pattern of windows that would be in a typical Class A office building. So this is the elevation that we're proposing from John Street, where you'd be looking through the existing pine trees that are there along that berm currently. This is the elevation that would face that existing retail toward the back of the parking lot. And we do have a swale that's at the back of this. So this is a slightly lower than the existing elevation. Austin, I'm not sure exactly how much lower, but we've got at least a few feet, a little bit lower than the existing space at the retail behind us. Again, we're proposing that the roof drainage comes to this direction of the site. because we have an existing drainage easement that this would tie directly into. Again, trying to mimic some of that window elevation when we really can't see into the building. This is actually what the elevation will be coming in from Council Place. So this would be your front door, if you will. So the office is on the far right there with some canopy coverage. This kind of the center portion of that right to the left would be the main entrance for folks pulling up once they've rented a unit and be able to get access in and out of the building. So this is the only point of access, ingress, egress for folks moving materials in and out of the building. Again, we've got some color variation here, trying to use as much masonry as we can on this front door aspect, if you will, and then going to from that portion of the building from 485, pulling that around the corner. I do want to make a comment. One thing that we tried to make sure that we did was not create an elevation that was just I apologize, I'm pushing buttons very quickly here. This thing's sensitive. I apologize. Yes. There we go. Thank you. It would have been very easy to grab a little bit more square footage on the face of the building that faces 485, but we're trying to give as much articulation across the face of that building as we can. And I will make a comment to actually the use of the site. The goal was to try to capture as much square footage per floor as we could. Our goal was as close to 100,000 square feet of storage space as we could achieve. And I'd like to make a comment about the fire comment and access around the building for fire access. We had conversations with the county fire marshal that reviews for this area and sent him a number of different plans and had conversations specifically about that, because certainly anytime you have a four-sided building that faces streets or public ways, you need to have access to those for fire access. In talking with them, they were comfortable that access from Council Place along the front of the building, which would be the entrance of the building, as well as from the existing parking lot that exists behind us in that retail area, gave them, in his opinion, enough access for a hose pull, typical hose pull of 150 feet for fire truck access. So our original plan actually did have a loop road around the building. But at that point, it was a 4-story building to try to achieve, again, the maximum square footage that we could. And so towards an effort of trying to lower that building's impact here at the corner of John Street, we felt it was actually a positive to drop a floor off of the building, make it a 3-story building, and then mitigate the fire access with other means. And so part of his comment, again, from one of the county fire marshals, was to provide a new, which one of these is a pointer? I apologize. Let's see. Was to provide a new hydrant at the end of Council Place. So part of our planning includes a new fire hydrant here, as well as access, as I mentioned, from fire trucks that would be back able to pull from this area and have hose pull around this portion of the building here, and then access for fire trucks to pull in here and have access around there. So that was just a comment I want to make sure we got on record. So with that said, the attempt here obviously was to try to mimic some of the colors and materials that Matthews is known for. And certainly this is a proposed elevation, and would love to have, certainly as we continue conversations with staff and the board on making sure that we make this that gateway into Matthews, as we like to say, that is a positive for Matthews. Any questions?
I have a few questions.
Yes, sir.
Does this building utilize elevators at all?
We do. We have 2 elevators, and those are located such that once you enter the building, we generally try to get those as close to the front entrance as we can. Generally, there is a maximum distance that we want folks to have to travel once they're in the building. It's typically about 150 feet. So the goal is to try to locate those elevators to a point where nobody has to travel more than 150 feet on any floor to get to their unit, even from entrance to the far end.
And will there be limitations on use where we're storing things and not people? And in particular, I want to mention that I used to live in the Sardis Forest neighborhood in Charlotte, and there was a storage unit nearby that a death metal band used to practice in. And they like to practice from 2 a.m. to about 4 a.m. every night. You could roughly call that music, not really, but was not real enjoyable. So will you limit those uses so that we're just storing things and not bands practicing? Is that?
Yes, sir.
Fantastic.
No, I'm going to be the smart. Yes.
That's,
do that.
and
Oh,
I can,
it's seriously a real problem.
and I can,
I've lived by several of these places and kids, people like to play their music in storage units.
But we would provide that there's no human occupancy of the, I mean, they
Of the
go in and
music
get their
type,
stuff,
right.
or of any type.
right. Well, and these actually, part of the arrangements and the agreements that people sign to store here include regulations as to when they can store, what they can store. And most typically, if they're violated, it's a month to month typically rent. And so I can promise you the operators that we're proposing here are your main operators that you'd see. Morningstar's, CubeSmart's, Extra Spaces of the world are very strict about that. So they have the ability to tell somebody to leave if they violate those rules. And that also includes, human occupation. These are not designed to be comfortable to be in. So I can tell you from a climate control, it really is the maximum and minimum. So in the winter, we cool these to 45 to 50 degrees, just enough to make sure that our sprinkler systems don't explode and freeze. And then 80 to 85 in the summer. Again, it's not about trying to give human comfort. It really is just making sure that we keep these accommodated temperature wise, just to make sure that the what's stored is safe.
Do you have additional presentation?
No, sir, we're happy to answer questions and review elevations or.
I'd just like a few comments. I remember meeting the applicants a few months ago. I think for this particular location, this is a great use of the property. I don't know what else we would put right up against the highway. I'll point out that this also would serve as a sound barrier. Where there's no sound wall, this building will become a sound barrier. I live in relative close proximity to 485 and I can hear it every single day. It drives me crazy. I can hear the trucks going down 485. So that would block some of the sound. I think it looks okay. It's not the Taj Mahal, but it looks nice. It looks like an office building or something of that nature. And I also really like the fact that it doesn't generate a lot of traffic. That's really important. So I think it's a good use and a good fit for me personally. Commissioner Tafano.
Yes, I still want to address the landscape buffer. If we have no control over that, the tenant, the owner, nor the town has any control over that space. So how can we guarantee that landscape buffer is going to be intact?
I think, and I was just talking to Austin, Commissioner Tafano, a moment ago, when Jan was speaking. I think what they could do is to put some screening shrubs here. Is that right, Austin? And do these if allowed by NCDOT, but commit to a landscaping plan along this portion of the site, Commissioner Tafano.
Is there any possibility of changing the footprint of the building in order to move the 485 facing back enough to properly put a buffer in, regardless if we have control over the other one or not? Here's what my concern is. That is that this is all very lovely and it will work sublimely, but it could go away tomorrow and we have no control over it. So this is one of the things we discussed when we were talking on site, is not only the architectural appearance to the gateway, but also the same sort of appearance that they have in Raleigh. If we recall, we were talking about how there was such dense forest, you couldn't even tell that there was a complex right on the other side of US 1. So the fact that we're doing a request for in lieu of is disappointing to me.
trees that exist there are replanted pines. What our intent was, one of our issues was we didn't meet y'all all at the same time. So we got varying feedback. We heard that one of the things they didn't want to see was a 4-story building. So we reduced the height of the building. We met with Ralph Ramseur, the arborist. We met with Debbie Foster and tried to understand what kind of plant material to put there. They were both adamant about we need to use native indigenous plant material. So we're going to do that. We're also going to have it designated as a wildlife refuge. There'll be food and water for animals. The problem is, once we reduced the height of the building so that it wasn't peeking over the treetops, because we heard that repeatedly. Of course, it got wider. And when it got wider, we were limited as to what we could do. You know, our intent, I think I told you when we met so long ago, and by the way, the reason it took so long is we wanted to meet everyone and understand the concerns and address them as best we could. We probably disappointed everybody to some extent. We did the best we could trying to make a large group happy. Our intent is to hold this long term. Like I told you, I've got grandchildren that want to be proud of this. I don't want to build something, it's not to build to sell. So if there's a way of enhancing the landscape, we're going to do that. We're going to use native material. We're going to do what needs to be done. But we also don't want to do something that doesn't make sense. We can promise to plant material there that might not be a good fit. That's the reason we deferred entirely to a landscape architect. I know how to put stuff in the ground. I know how to move dirt around, put pipe in the ground. I don't understand landscaping. That's the reason we're deferring to someone. Given what we have, the constraints, and given the fact that we didn't want a tall building, I don't think there's much else that can be done here.
Well, with due respect, sir, you put the footprint of the building in such a way, and I understand going from 4 stories to 3 stories, you had to expand the footprint.
Yes.
But that was your choice. And so consequently, the amount of area that we have for planting along your property, which you have control over, is extremely limited. Now, what could possibly mitigate this, and I have no idea if this is even possible, is that this land that you have this tree buffer on, is there any way that that could be put under town control?
If that's a legal question, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
And that, Commissioner Tafano, I don't know that NCDOT would, and I've never pursued such a thing, but it's their right of way. I don't imagine they would be willing to relinquish it. But if they were, it would be a somewhat time-consuming process. I feel certain about that. I have been involved one time in abandonment of an old NCDOT road, and Charlie probably knows more about it than me, but it took a while.
Yeah, I expected that answer. So, but do you understand the point that I'm trying to make here? Is that this tree buffer is not viable. I mean, it's not something we can count on for the long term. And without that, this property is going to be unattractively exposed.
Commissioner Tafano, the landscape buffering outside of our boundary lines will absolutely be subject to the U.S. Department of Transportation approval, but there are areas along the interstate that do have plantings like that have been in place for many years. We certainly can't promise you that will be the case here. In addition to that, on the John Street side, there's a power line. We have to get Duke Power's approval there as well. Our plan, and knowing Duke Power and how they react to their overhead lines, is to propose to them not tall trees, because they won't approve it, of course, but additional low growth landscaping within that right of way to the extent they will approve it. We're going to do everything we certainly can. And although it's not shown on this drawing, we have always planned to have plantings on our property to the extent we can. It's just that at this point, and all of the engineering is not complete, but that will be developed and plantings will be on our property again to the extent we can add those.
Thank you. I've taken it as far as I wish to take it. Thank you.
Thank you. To Commissioner Tafano's point, I think it would be helpful if you could speak with NCDOT to see if they would allow you to do some of those plantings. I'm certainly aware there's a lot of places along the 485 corridor where there's plantings in the right of way. So if you can get an agreement with that, I think that would probably satisfy some of our concern. Yes, sir. We will certainly do that. Good luck. I know they're sometimes difficult to work with, but it has been allowed in other areas. Are there any other comments? Good. Commissioner Garner?
I appreciate that there's a fair trade-off here. I think the use of the property has less impact with traffic. There's no school impact, and it will be a buffer to the interstate. I have a question about the side of the building that faces Council Place. You could go to that.
This one here.
Nope, not that one. Yep, that is from Council Place. There was the one that faces the other existing strip mall to the north. That's it. Yeah, sorry, from adjacent retail, that one. This is the one that has a berm.
When I say berm, it's the smallest of berms. And there's an existing hedge. It's probably a 3.5, 4 foot existing. I think it's holly hedge that goes across that, but nothing significant enough to lessen the face of that building.
And the strip mall runs perpendicular to
it is perpendicular. Mhm.
So this is what the parking lot for the strip mall.
That's correct. And so the leftmost portion of the elevation that we have here would be taken up by at least what the depth of that retail facility is. You actually don't get down to a point where you can get to the side of the back of that retail until you're actually pretty close to the far end of that retail going toward this property. If that makes sense.
That makes sense. I would ask that maybe some of the columns are brought around to this side to bring visual interest to that side of the building and play off. I know that the strip mall is not the shining star of Matthews, but maybe they would like a nice side of the building to look at.
We certainly can mimic some of the other elements that we've got here on this side. Again, this is kind of the first shot across the bow, if you will, to make sure that we have at least started to meet the intent of that, and certainly with your input, begin to enhance that to make sure that we've got exactly what it needs to be.
Okay, thank you. And then also on the site plan, there's a line around sort of the perimeter of the lot between John Street and 485. Is that a chain link fence? Do I remember that correctly?
To the east.
Sort of
Over here?
Yep.
Yes.
Isn't there like a chain link fence or something right there?
Yes.
There is. I'm not sure what condition it's in right now. I think it's grown up enough that it's not really visible, but I believe it's still there. Yes.
I'm just saying that because I think that defines sort of the property boundary, right? And
that's correct.
Not to challenge it too much, but planting, I think, outside of that really does present a problem with NCDOT, especially when we aren't sure exactly what that corridor is going to look like when they finish the 485 ramp. So, obviously we love trees here in Matthews, and anything we can do to preserve the trees and maybe add a few along the way is a good thing. But to me, I think the scale of the building, the use of the building are good trade-offs here for the in lieu of fee.
Commissioner Urban.
Okay, so just for full transparency, I know Mark and Ray quite well. I know Jan, you were at ODA, but Mark and Ray were clients of my firm. We didn't do this type of product for them. It was a multifamily project. So we'll get that off the table right off the bat. That being said, they probably don't wish that I was up here. When they first came to me about this project and I said, this is the gateway. And I was like, you gotta be absolutely out of your mind to put a storage building here. And I sat back and thought about it and talked to Jay Camp, staff about it. drove it, and realizing that if I was a developer, what I want to place there, that poor shopping center, even Spectrum, who we all loathe as a Wi-Fi internet provider, they're not even in there anymore. So in a lot of respects, the building becomes nothing more than a placeholder to take up space, but it's got to be a nice placeholder. So let's work through a few things here. Let's talk about the buffers that Commissioner Tafano talked about. In typical, architects, we always go after landscape architects and civil engineers. They're on two different opposite worlds. This existing vegetation along John Street, there is no existing vegetation along John Street. It is about 12 or 15, 30 to 40 foot tall pine trees, nicely spaced out and completely limbed up about 30 feet. They're worthless. It's obviously on the other side of the power line, so it's out of bounds. So we do have to talk about some type of buffering aspect of it. And it's interesting you mentioned 3 stories versus 4 stories, because a 4-story building, you would be in the way we would lay out a storage building, you'd want the long axis, you'd begin to take that East John Street wall and bring it back. So the reality is that you might be another 30 or 40 feet away from John Street with a 4-story configuration.
That's correct.
And you know that we're great at doing smoke and mirrors. We can make a 4-story building look like 3 stories.
Certainly we
We
can.
can make a 3-story building look like 30 stories.
Certainly
Well,
we
down at the top, but anyway. So I don't want to rule out, maybe that's some of the discussion. So Jan, what's your floor plate height? Floor to floor?
10'8" is our typical floor to floor.
So if it was an office building, we'd be an extra 10 feet taller at 3 stories, slightly over than 4 stories sitting here in a 10 to 10.
Sure.
Okay. So that's just something from that aspect of it.
But there's code implications to the change too. So
What's that?
There are code implications as
Oh,
far as cost of construction.
No,
as
es mi
well.
problema. But I mean, it would solve a lot of problems. It would
Certainly.
solve getting the buffering. It would resolve that this is the gateway. This would resolve a myriad of things. So I'm just throwing it out there.
I'm with you so far.
So let me see. So the existing trees and all that stuff along East John Street, that's a non-starter. We got to figure something out there from that standpoint. Let me go through. Okay, so we talked about floor to floor. So let's talk about the architecture a little bit from that standpoint. I think it looks like a lifestyle storage building. We know the vernacular. I would prefer us to look like an office building, more square windows. It could be more sort of a shell it's wrapped, so to speak, more of a liner building, could be a little bit more articulated. I definitely would want far more emphasis placed on the elevation on John Street than Council Place. You got to drive yourself into Council Place to see this thing. Now, I know you want it to look pretty or whatever, but I would say, yes, this is your first shot across the bow. That needs a lot of work, in my opinion. I also think that from a smoke and mirror standpoint, the images don't come up real well on my computer, but I think you're saying that some of these are EFIS windows, which means you're doing a profile of a window using the EFIS.
That's correct.
So the reality is that we're just seeing a slight articulation of a surface and maybe sort of a shadow line.
Creating a shadow line and just using, contrasting colors to create the illusion.
So my point being is that, I know you hate it, but you gotta love it. Spandrel glass does wonders.
Yes, it does.
If you make this a 4-story building, it looks like 3, it's less windows, or if it's a 3, it looks like 2, it's less windows. But I think that the fact that this looks more like a corporate office, to make it look more like a corporate office, would make sense as the gateway.
Okay.
I'm again only one of 7, but I'm thinking that we're playing off of this from that aspect of it. And the only other thing is, while we're discussing it, since this is the gateway to Matthews, is maybe I'll go back and consider throwing into the conversation a Matthews monument entry sign that we so love and dearly need. We need one on your side, and when LAC comes along, we're going to get one on his side. So when we come off the interstate, we see it. So might be something that Mr. Carmichael talks to Jay about our typical Matthews entry sign.
Well, I was going to ask you if y'all had like a design for that.
Oh, we do.
Okay.
We do. It's very pretty.
Okay.
Very pretty. So that's high level. I'm okay with storage being there because it is sort of a dead end street. There's no reason to activate that. the retail center is not doing well whatsoever. You really would not want to put multifamily against 485 like that. So the objective now is to make this a very nice looking entry building, and they go, wow, it's a nice corporate office sitting here opposite some other corporate offices. And we do it that way.
Perfect.
Thank you, Jan.
Thank you for your input. Yes, sir.
Mr. Tafano.
For Mr. Urban's comments, ditto. Okay.
Any other comments?
I'm scared to ask this question, but I feel that I must. So there's a good bit of work that needs to be done. Do you think we ought to
Good point.
keep
Absolutely right, is whether or not we need to
keep it open so we can come back next month and show?
because I don't think the planning staff is going to have enough to hang their hat on, and they have to make a decision based on what they're seeing.
Yes, sir.
So
So you're in favor of a continuous?
motion to continue.
Yeah, it seems to me that,
We love
Yeah.
those.
I mean, we'd like to come back and see what we can do on that design.
Anybody in the audience have any comments, since this was a public hearing tonight regarding this zoning application? Anybody from the planning board have a comment? Anybody online have a comment? Okay, I'd entertain a motion to continue.
Could I ask a question?
Yes, sure.
John, how long are you talking now? Are you talking?
Oh, just a month.
January to May?
No, we'll come, what's it, October, we'll come back in November. I mean, I guess I should,
Absolutely.
just next month, Commissioner Whitley.
Mr. Whitley, would you like to make a motion, sir?
I'll make a motion that we continue, let's see, where am I? Continue zone application 2022-763 stores until, November, what's the? 14th of November.
November 14th. And we have a motion. Do we have a
Second.
Second by the Mayor Pro Tem. Any discussion? All in favor? Opposed? That passes unanimously. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for coming tonight. We appreciate it.
Thank you all for your time.
I'm gonna talk pretty quickly because I'm 3 bottles of water and a Coke in, and if I don't stop pretty soon, we're gonna have to have the janitor crew come in. So let's take about a 7-minute break and we'll come right back. I know we're in a hurry to finish the rest of these, but thank you. We can only run public hearings. On to item E, zoning application 2022-765, text amendment to amend the text of section 155.504.3.c.3 by adding language that allows more than 600 dwelling units in the entertainment-O district to receive construction permits and certificates of occupancy prior to the date on which 40,000 square feet of new commercial space has been completed or is under construction in the ENT-O district, provided that each development project that includes dwelling units contain a specified minimum amount of new commercial space. This was continued from September 12th. Mr. Hallman.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to restate, this is for the ENT overlay district. The change is for residential to commercial ratio. So currently no more than 600 dwelling units can be placed in the ENT overlay district until at least 40,000 square feet of new construction has been put in place. With that ratio in place, currently there are 241 units remaining available before that cap is met. This total is only for the number of residential units that have received permits and have been constructed. So it doesn't reflect all of the residential units that may have received approval through the rezoning process. The proposed text amendment creates an exemption to allow residential construction before the 40,000 square foot of commercial is constructed. There's two parts of that. So the commercial construction would be limited to 500 square feet per acre of the site. And it would also be limited to 25 square feet per residential unit of the project that's under construction. So the staff recommendation for this is to actually just consider removing the residential to commercial ratio requirement, and we'll get into that into a little bit. But it's the staff viewpoint that it is a little bit redundant. So we do everything with conditional zoning in the ENT district. The ENT district itself is a conditional only district. So the board reserves the right to disapprove rezonings based off of the commercial. So if the board wasn't happy with the amount of commercial that was available, then you could disapprove the rezoning. We'll get into a little bit specifics a little bit on in the presentation. So this is just to highlight the section that's being requested. These are part of the application. This is the text or the area of the text being requested for the text change. And this is the actual language that's being proposed by the applicant. So as part of that, they are introducing a definition for new commercial space. Currently in our text, the current ordinance doesn't specifically dictate that it has to be new commercial space that's made available for that 40,000 square feet. So they are clarifying that for us. Additionally, towards the bottom, they are making a note that any new commercial space that is created from this, it doesn't have to be occupied. It only has to be constructed for the residential portion to be constructed. Jay, can you scroll down just a little bit? Right, so just to highlight, this is the ENT overlay held in purple. So it does go along Matthews Mint Hill Road. It follows what was approved as Matthews mixed use. That was the Briley Apartments rezoning. And it follows down to what's become the Midfield proposed rezoning. That was the one that was continued and wraps around the Sportsplex and then back up 74 to Matthews Mint Hill. So what you're seeing here, this is everything that has been approved as part of the Matthews mixed use. And this is also everything that's being proposed as part of the Midfield rezoning and another rezoning, the NRP rezoning for the Matthews Lofts. Some of the lines that you're seeing, that's the yellow is the public streets network. The green are just some internal driveways, and then the red are the private street networks or alleyways. Really wanted to highlight this. So what you'll see right here where the dot is, that is the current location of, well, one of the current locations of the proposed light rail station. That's kind of intricate for this entire district. As you can see on the black dotted line, that is a 1/4 mile radius around that proposed location. So what's really important about that 1/4 mile radius is typically in terms of like any type of walkability or activity center, everything's generally limited to that 1/4 mile. In terms of walkability, usually the percentages are you'll get about 80% of people who will walk instead of drive. And then as you move further away from that 1/4 mile, usually your percentages kind of decrease a little bit and things tend to like trend back towards bicycles or automobiles. So I think what's important to note too is just kind of noting where the main chunk of development being proposed is in the in the ENT overlay. In terms of residential districts, or excuse me, not residential districts, but in terms of residential units, right now there are 359 dwelling units that have been constructed. There's been no commercial construction since the adoption of the ENT overlay. Unconstructed vested is 201 dwelling units, and currently there are proposed 1,398 dwelling units. And then just to highlight the commercial space, right now, even though we haven't had any constructed, we do have 151,000 square feet of unconstructed vested commercial in the ENT overlay right now. And just looking at the proposed rezonings, we have almost another 250,000 coming in. When you take what's already been approved and what's coming in as proposed, it comes out to about the Lowe's hardware store, the Costco, and the Harris Teeter combined. I just kind of paint an idea of how much commercial is coming in. And so what the applicant's proposal would, or what the applicant's text amendment would do is it would just create like small exemptions for, I guess some things on the outskirts or like certain, or depending on where you're at, like if you're on a larger lot or if you're just bringing in a few additional units. I think ultimately though, when we're looking at these smaller exemptions, there's so many that we could work around, and there's a lot of play in this. I think as staff, we would really like to see more of a focus on individual projects rather than looking at maybe a hard set number that's applied to the entire district. Can you go scroll down to the next page? Just want to shoot off to the side. And so really what staff would be looking for instead is when we're going back through these zonings and we're looking at them project by project, we would be, first off, we would be deciding on the site layout. You can scroll down. And then really focusing on the conditional notes. This was an example from the Briley rezoning, so the Matthews mixed use. As part of that, there were several buildings on site that we actually limited the land use for that so that the first floor is required to be retail, or I believe it was up to 80%. Yeah, up to 80% of the first floor area is required to be some type of commercial space or non-residential use. And so one of the things that we're able to do with that is once we take a site plan and we break it down into smaller sub areas, so we can look at like which buildings are where, we kind of group those together, dictate what we want that first floor use to be. We can designate that into the conditional notes for that specific building. And then we can also use something that we've used in the past, which is phasing of the site plan. So we can actually go back in and put requirements that certain things have to be constructed first beforehand. So I don't know, theoretically, we could require that a vertical mixed use building be constructed before any type of residential only building be put in place. And so if we're looking at it more project by project, we're able to go in and kind of really fine tune those details a little bit. That concludes the staff update. So we'll open it up to questions, or I believe the applicant has a presentation as well.
Darren, this question's for you or possibly Jay Camp. We've had 0 square feet of commercial build. I get asked nearly daily, when is entertainment coming to the entertainment district? When are we gonna have some commercial? When are we gonna have some retail? So I guess my question in a nutshell is, if we vote for this, when are we gonna have some retail establishments in our entertainment district instead of just massive residential apartment units?
So I think Darren did a great job of explaining staff's position in that through the powers of conditional zoning, all but maybe an acre or two here and there are in the ENT overlay, and they're projects that are subject to conditional zoning. So the suggestion here is that we tailor the retail offerings to what the board would like to see via those specific projects, not an arbitrary number in an overlay district that says you should create retail here or there. They could create retail in a building with no street frontage and meet a requirement. So through the site plan review process, through the conditional zoning process, we can establish ratios of retail we want. You may say, we want to be 50-50 on a project or 75-25. And going back to, and I can't change the site plan, but some of the area plan examples, we're seeing a kind of a main street for this area materialize between this project and Midfield Station. And we would like to spend more staff energy looking at this east-west street that doesn't have a name yet. It's the spine here. So this is the NRP. You'll hear that this rezoning is coming up in a moment, but they filed a text amendment. This street here that runs back towards the proposed light rail station is turning out to be sort of your stroll district, your main street, and that's where you would want your concentration of retail. So that's staff's perspective, is that this language could go away tomorrow, but we still have conditional zoning to kind of dictate to developers what the town's vision is here.
So again, when do we expect that some retail or commercial will be built here? That's the question I get asked, and I'm sure everybody in this dais gets asked with great regularity.
We share that frustration. I personally pushed very hard for there to be retail incorporated in the first phase of the Briley. It was not. And I wholeheartedly agree. I share your frustration that we haven't seen commercial space materialize. It's ultimately up to developers to build it. We can't compel them to, other than the note that Darren shared with the Matthews mixed use, the Briley project from 5 years ago, that mandates some amount of commercial space to be incorporated in some of those future buildings. Those building pads nothing can be constructed on them if they don't provide some commercial space in the future.
Commissioner Tafano.
Yes, I think in retrospect, I hope you agree with me that setting the 600 unit limit without any prorating to retail space was a mistake. Because what has happened here is that the Briley in our last meeting was approved to take that all the way up to what, 597 units? So now we have a situation where new developers are coming in and they're going to be required to have a proportion for retail space. So let's say that they do that and we commence to rezone different areas, and now they have a proportional commandment. Now, there's a possibility, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think there's a distinct possibility that if we rezone sufficient properties with this new prorating, that the minimum amount of commercial space that is needs to be in the ENT district will have been met, and Briley will be totally off the hook for having to put in any additional commercial space. Is that an incorrect assumption?
That is an incorrect assumption.
And explain to me why.
So we can share with you in the conditional notes what the maximum build out is for residential and commercial properties at the Briley. So they are rapidly reaching the maximum number of residential units that they're entitled to. Beyond that, they have entitlements for hotel, and I think Darren, you had your slide about 151,000 feet of commercial space.
Non-residential floor space on the bottoms.
And I think there's only maybe 30 units or 40 units of residential over retail that the Briley has remaining on their conditional zoning. They can't just go out and build hundreds and hundreds of additional residential units.
Correct. But from the way I'm reading the UDO, and help me if I'm understanding it incorrectly, is that in the ENT district, there's a set amount of retail square footage for the ENT district that is required. And if more people coming in are satisfying some of this square footage, this retail square footage, that there's a possibility that the sum of those over a period of time will have satisfied the requirement within the ENT, and that Briley won't have to do any additional commercial retail space. Is that, am I reading that incorrectly?
If you would like, I can step in maybe and assist with this. What they're saying, Commissioner, is that their approved plan already calls for retail and non-residential use, period. And that's all they can build there. That's not going to change if the overall percentages change or there's no longer percentages. Their zoning that's in place already, that zoning, their specific district has those requirements for them to be building those. And that doesn't change unless the board changes that zoning district within the ENT. Their zoning plan is already adopted. So they've got to build non-residential units in their area that's already zoned.
What if they don't choose to do so? Okay, this is the point I'm trying to make.
Well, no, I understand that.
So, and back to Mayor Higgins, and one thing that I have been harping on over and over and over again is this naming this ENT district is a farce. So there isn't any entertainment in there, and if we keep developing it the way we are, there's not going to be any entertainment in there. And this is a very interesting and unique situation that could have been circumvented years ago if the UDO was written in a proportional way instead of having a 600 unit trigger.
So just to kind of reiterate as far as the Briley is concerned, so there are 211 residential dwelling units that are left on that site. So right where Rosenwald Street is, everything north of that represents what's currently been approved as in terms of their rezoning. I believe wasn't last month, maybe the month before. But why did, I know it was last month. Why did come back and get site plan approval for the 55 plus living and a few townhomes along Matthews Mint Hill. So whenever those architectural plans come back in, including that 55 plus and those townhomes, they would count towards the Briley's remaining 211 dwelling units. Once those have been met, at least for the Briley, then everything else that's associated with that along IPP extension, that would all be required to be non-residential or commercial space for the development. One thing to note with the 600 the 600 dwelling unit though, so right now, since we do have multiple multiple proposals coming through with the rezonings, that 600 is kind of a finite resource for the entire ENT overlay district. So one of the things that we've also, one of the environments that we're also slowly creating is like, we're also creating competition to see who can get to those residential units first, because right now, once they're locked up, they're locked up. And so I guess as staff, one of the things that we'd like to see too is we would rather focus on each project being the best project that it can be versus someone just coming in and trying to get something approved to get those residential units in quickly or to undercut or anything. Not saying that any of our applicants would do that now. I didn't mean to imply that if it was like coming through as that. But again, we would just rather see each project be the best project that it can be and not worrying about something that's applying to the district totally. We understand the concerns and like, I guess the outrage that happened with Briley. So one of the things that we'd recommend moving forward is if the commissioners and the board, if you would like to see commercial coming in on any of the new rezonings, whenever we're looking at those, taking a look at the conditional notes, kind of fine tuning it. One of the things we can do is essentially the opposite of what we did with Briley. Whereas Briley came in on phase one and they requested residential to come in first, perhaps maybe on the next rezoning or the next phase, we require that commercial be put in before anything else be put in. So that way we can essentially require that the development put in the commercial, whether that be standalone commercial or mixed use, so commercial and residential on top through the site plan.
Commissioner Urban.
I think we've gotten a little off track here. I understand everybody's points and trigger mechanisms and all. There are capital market forces here. Heads on beds will generate the retail. I can't imagine why Dixon sitting on the silver line is not going to build commercial retail and office here. But it's a timing issue, development issue, capacity issue, et cetera, et cetera. But being that said, we're talking about Exhibit B here. Let me ask you one question, and it's going to tell you how my answer is going to be. What you're saying is trying to do more site-specific conditional, which we normally do anyway. Why would we even need to make a text amendment change then? If we're gonna be talking about the next petitioner, so to speak, why wouldn't we be negotiating with them specifically about the needs and not worry about this?
Right. So if we were to just ignore the text amendment right now, there is that 211 dwelling units that are left. That's kind of open season. I think it would be hard for any one petitioner to come in and do that, or I guess kind of factor that risk in. So as I mentioned right now, Briley has, that 211 was for the Briley, and then there's 241 remaining on the cap. So if Wyatt were to go in and fully build out the Matthews mixed use of the Briley, then that would only leave about 30 dwelling units for the entire district. So if anyone were looking to come in and they wanted to provide like a mixed use development
They don't have anything to go to.
Right.
Okay.
It would essentially be limited to
And that's
just
fine, and that's
commercial.
fine. So here's my suggestion. I think we need to move this ball forward. This is only a text amendment. We can always change text amendments if we see things going south. My only concern with this is the text amendment has to be worded. You have to go back to the drawing board here, is you need to exclude, and I'm not talking about 766, the next petition. You need to exclude that leasing offices, fitness centers, cyber cafes, dog parks, any accessories that are considered commercial or non-residential that are related to the primary function cannot be included in this square footage. Because what I can do is I can turn around and build 600 units of apartments and say, oh, well, I need 10,000 square feet of non-residential. Wow, I've got a 10,000 square foot fitness room I'm going to put in. And he would have met the requirements. So that has to be excluded from this. So we know that we're talking about pure, raw, non-residential commercial uses. So I think your text amendment is got a problem, because I wouldn't be able to pass it tonight. I mean, because I'll be real honest with you, if this was my project and I was going at it and I had to do it, the first thing I'd do is I'd fill it up with cyber cafe, fitness area, things like that to get my quota in there and move about.
Commissioner Tafano.
Yes, and I agree with that. Thank you, Commissioner Urban. I am for prorating commercial space to residential. I think it should have been done initially, but that's the gate's been closed on that. So the point, I think that hopefully I interpreted what you were saying, Commissioner Urban, correctly, is that we will be penalizing new applicants that came in to try to satisfy commercial spaces that because of this text amendment. Is that a correct assumption?
I'm not saying anything about penalization or anything like that. The thing is that having done these in many jurisdictions, a fitness center run by a third party or by that apartment dweller is considered non-residential. So they could meet the requirement by putting in their own little fitness center. Does it do you any good to the entertainment district? The answer is no. So we have to make sure that the primary function developer, whatever that is, can't use things that are ancillary to their primary function as a non-residential use. Because you look at what they do. They have a little workshop for bicycles. They could say, well, that's non-residential. They got the little craft shop they have there. They have the cyber cafe, and they could add it all up and say, well, there's your 20,000 square feet in non-residential.
And then again, we still are left with no entertainment. So
you build it and they shall come.
Yeah.
It's been going on for 17 years. Just patience. That's all it takes.
Yes.
I think the heads in beds argument is getting tiresome. We've got lots of heads in beds. It's time to have some commercial. So what's the
just the question is, in light of that adjustment, I think the text amendment needs to be. John, can you respond to that? I mean, oh, it's your text amendment.
Yes, sir.
Well, then you can talk.
I don't mean to cut you off. Couple things. It's very important. I agree with you 100%. And in fact, I drafted the text amendment. I basically just went off the existing language in the ENTO district. It didn't define commercial space. It just said commercial space. On the conditional rezoning plan for the next petition in our condition.
I know what it says, but I didn't want to talk about it because that's not a text amendment.
I know, but I'm telling you, we put that language. Let me tell you the line. I'm proposing language.
So you're
text amendment.
proposed to insert this.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay. So we forecast that and we say the gross floor area of accessory uses relating to the multifamily dwelling units, such as leasing and management offices, fitness facility, and other amenities shall not be counted towards the minimum required gross floor area of non-residential uses. So that's kind of we can
Then that
use
line needs to be brought over here.
Yes, sir. And it can be. We will certainly do that. The point of the text amendment was really part of it, because I'm not going to talk about 760, whatever it is, 5 or 6, but it was a timing thing, because the way it had worked out was this project could not move forward unless 40,000 square feet were constructed or completed. And one other thing we've done, is Darren pointed out in the text amendment, is we define new commercial space, because we didn't want the argument to be that the bowling alley counted. It's in the ENT district, and people can disagree about that, but I think there'd be a pretty darn good argument that that meets the 40. So we didn't want that either. And I know you're saying, wow, don't hurt yourself patting yourself on the back, but we did that. And, I know Jay may disagree with that interpretation, but I would love to take, I would take that to a ZBA and see where it gets me, but we didn't want that. And it's not in there. So we've defined new commercial space, but we are preparing a proportionality thing, as Commissioner Tafano said. It is a little cumbersome, granted. And it does require a certain amount of non-residential for the acreage of the site and the number of residential units. I did the math today just to make sure I'm not crazy. It does work. That being said, if the board and the planning staff say, you know what, we just want to do away with that provision in the UDO because we do have a conditional rezoning process, we can dictate these things to that process, we'd be happy with that. So it's, if we can work on the text amendment, if you think that's the thing to do, and we'll work hard at it and get in the position where Darren and Jay and hopefully the planning board and the commissioners like it, we'll do that. Or if the thought is, that's an arbitrary number, 40,000 square feet, let's just do away with it and we'll control it through the conditional rezoning process. We're happy with either scenario, I promise you. Yes, sir.
Yes, the point I was trying to make is, and I do applaud you for making this suggestion. But the thing is that 40,000 square feet is minuscule in the terms of an ENT district.
Right.
So consequently, what I'm attempting to state is that the additional rezonings that come along the way are not going to be the size of Riley and are going to be shackled, if you will, with this square footage requirement, and we still end up with no entertainment district is where I'm going with this. So in other words, we can have multiple boutique shops in the first floor as blah, 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 but we still don't have an ENT district. We still don't have entertainment. So that's where I was going with this.
Oh, I understand. Thank you. And the 40,000 was just pulled from the ordinance, the existing ordinance.
And I understand that.
Yeah.
But I was trying to make a general point.
Yes, sir.
How does staff want to handle this, Jay?
What's the will of the board? What's the will of staff?
They have to administer to it, so I think that's more important for me.
So I think I'm hearing a consensus that you all want some standard. You don't want to just deep six it. So I think we need to go back and work with the applicant. And we've eclipsed 10 o'clock, which is our cutoff for hearings. So do you all want to just continue this item, let us go back and work, and then bring both back the same evening since they're intertwined?
Do we want to continue it just for 1 month?
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah.
One, just till November?
Yeah, just one month.
Is that a motion?
Yeah, it is.
Second. A motion to continue this to November 14th from Mayor Pro Tem McCool, second by Commissioner Urban. All in favor? Yes, sir. Any further discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Thank you. We've eclipsed our 10 p.m. and we'll bring these back on November 14th. I will now entertain a motion to close our public hearings and reconvene the regular meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Motion from Mayor Pro Tem McCool, a second for Commissioner Urban. All in favor? Opposed? That passed unanimously. We'll move on to item number 8, planning and development business. There was no planning board report as there was no planning board meeting last month, so we'll jump right in. Item 8A1, site plan revisions to Crown Point Commons. This was continued from September 12th. Mr. Will. Welcome back, sir.
Thank you. It's been so long. All right. This is a site plan approval. It has been continued from last month. And while we're getting my stuff up there, I will say a couple changes. Future parking area has been shown on the corner parcel that is to be rezoned in the future. That is a parcel that was previously owned by the town, but now it's integrated into the project, but needs a rezoning. So It's correctly labeled. And the applicant has included elevations with this submission and some precedent imagery that would create a unique place in Matthews. At this time, the recommended motion from staff is to approve the presented site plan with a few amendments. These are, oh, hey, there's the old one. Let's, we'll get to the new one. Yeah. Great, right there. So, recommended motion is to approve the presented site plan with three amendments. Add a conditional note about maintenance responsibility of the alleyway off Northeast Court, which I'll just highlight briefly, is this alleyway right here. Some additional landscaping along that same alleyway, and also bring the alley up to a private street standard. Applicant is here to answer any questions, and I believe they have a presentation if we want to go through that. And I'm happy to answer any questions you have for staff.
Any questions for staff? Carmichael, are you giving this presentation?
Okay. Thank you all. I'm John Carmichael here on behalf of the applicant. Michael's going to go through the revisions to the plan since the last meeting. Mr. Mayor.
My name is Michael Theberg with Polar Engineering, site civil engineer. I live at 6720 Hollow Oak Drive in Mint Hill. Appreciate all of your time this evening. I believe everyone's fairly familiar with the site location, either from past hearings recently or last year when this originally came in through for an approval. So I won't go through these first couple slides pretty quick. Over off 74, fronting Sam Newell near Rice Road, the old theater there, Harley dealership in the back next to us, etc. There's the site turned sideways for a little bit better visibility. You can see the existing buildings on the two lots. The town parcel mentioned is in the bottom right corner. Is that which one is the laser? Okay. Worst fear, I all of a sudden turned the whole thing off. That one there is what was just discussed by Rob, is what had been added and where the future parking would be. That is there. The slide is in here somewhere that has that labeled as future parking. I'm not sure that one, but since the last submission, most of the modifications have been to the architectural elevations in response to some of the commentary and some of the feedback received. The layout remains mostly unchanged, other than that clarification that is a future parking area by that pond. Go forward to the next slide. This is just a summary of the circulation patterns and really trying to make sure that we're very cognizant of making sure this is pedestrian friendly from one side of the site to the other. It does have a natural barrier of the public road in there, but that doesn't mean there can't be good pedestrian connectivity in that location. We have an enhanced streetscape in that area with some raised crosswalks and things of that nature. Rice Road is a town road, so that's entirely within the town's control to have that final pedestrian connectivity there. I'll go back a slide where it's a little clearer. The median there, unfortunately, is in NCDOT's control due to the proximity to the signal that's being proposed at Sam Newell and Rice Road. We would honestly prefer that not be there, but it's a very strong statement from DOT that would be required. A lot of this layout revision has driven around that. You know, we had the approval that Rob had mentioned from late 2021. That meeting got introduced by NCDOT about a week and a half before that final board meeting. And so we had to modify per that. In this plan, we've tried to make much better access for vehicles by sliding that entrance back towards 74, where it's shown now over here. And, you know, yeah, ideally this would have lined up, but this creates now better vehicular access, and this still allows continuation of pedestrian access from one side to the other.
Go back one more slide. You want to speak to some of the architectural? Here you go, sir.
Hello, I'm Daniel Fernandez with Niles Bolton Associates out of Atlanta, Georgia. Excuse me. The character that we tried to establish here is broke up the larger masses. How do we? There we go. Broke up the masses by introducing different planes, different parapet heights, different materials and pallets, introduced increased the amount of masonry on the building. Let's see, which is the laser pointer. Okay, so we have increased masonry here at these corners. We have promoted pedestrian access on the residential buildings by having the entry stoops into the ground floor units. We have, let's see, going forward, our commercial buildings and our residential buildings are cleaned masses with traditional and historical accents and treatments, such as cornices, brick detailing, brackets, metal canopies. And large arches, large storefront windows on the office building. And on we have some commercial spaces on one of the residential buildings, again, promoting pedestrian traffic and articulating and activating the street fronts and the pedestrian level areas of the buildings.
Any questions regarding the architecture? Commissioner Urban?
So I'll probably get overruled tonight on this project as a whole. Let me hit my highlights, my major points. The architecture is fine. I mean, well, let me put it this way. One is I would hope that if the board is encouraged to vote for this to approve it, that nothing facing Sam Newell Road exceeds 3 stories. It could be a split. It could be 4 stories facing inland, but it can't be over 3 stories on Sam Newell Road. If you've driven Sam Newell Road, having 4 stories against that would create an awful tunnel effect. This is the same firm, Niles Bolton, that did the 2 Capital project behind Sports Academy. You might be familiar with that one. They didn't knock down, drag out in looking at the context of Matthews, the scale of the project, the way they layered it, et cetera, et cetera. This could be almost anywhere's USA. I compliment them on using the materials and blending and stuff like that, but that's a debate for another day. But I would really encourage nothing greater than 3 stories along Sam Newell Road. And the other piece is, because the retail buildings look so much akin to the multifamily structures, first reaction by folks are going to be that these buildings are related to the multifamily project, and so do not have that invitational sort of vibe, because if you look at retail buildings A and B, they're kind of inboard of the project and they're not facing Sam Newell, they're not very prominent. I'm afraid that they're probably just going to be lost leaders and become the fitness room for this multifamily project. My bottom line on all of this was, it's nothing more than a multifamily project now. It does not have the wonderful characteristics of a community-centered neighborhood mixed-use development that was originally portrayed. So your factors have to be, high level. Does that make sense? If yes, move the ball forward. Don't do more than 3 stories. Or if it's no, then we back up a second. But unfortunately, it has lost all the mannerisms and characteristics that it originally had, and it has morphed into another 300+ multifamily project with some retail.
Mayor Pro Tem.
This isn't a question about the architecture. It's a question about the pricing. What, is there gonna be any affordability component to the units?
Good evening, Alex Brosa with Vista Residential. No, the property won't have affordable units. They'll be market rate.
So that's a non-starter, because on a project like this, I'd like to see 10% of units at 80% AMI at least. For me, it's a non-starter. We have a affordability crisis in Matthews. We just had talked about jobs coming to Matthews, and folks won't be able to afford to live in these apartments if I guess correctly based on what things are going for. So unless you're willing to set aside a portion, I'm gonna have to be against this.
Well, I wouldn't call it a non-starter. We've done affordable set-asides in other projects before. This one doesn't have that restriction on it. But it would be something that we would consider.
I would need some sort of agreement tonight if we're voting on this
To do what specifically?
to at least have whatever the percentage is, 10% set aside for 80% AMI. It's something a lot of developers have done in good faith.
Mhm.
And unless you're not willing to do that, I don't think I can be in favor of this.
Yeah, I would just, with respectfully, we're here for us, on the site plan, there's a conditional rezoning in place that requires the board to come back for the site plan, and the plan that's been presented and reviewed by staff meets the requirements of the conditional rezoning plan that the board approved, I think in 2014. Is that right, Jay? So that is a little different than for some projects that come before you, Mayor Pro Tem McCool, are going through the conditional rezoning process, and there is a distinction between the two, and I just want to point that out.
Commissioner Hoover.
Am I to understand that we are increasing the 82 units to this?
I'm sorry, I
Are
could
we
barely hear.
increasing 82 units? We were going from 250 to 332 units?
So that's the original plan, site plan approval from last fall, November last year, was 300 as a maximum. This plan lists in the conditional notes 350. The plan itself shows 332, so it would be an increase of 32, and we're fine changing the notes so that it's officially 332 as a maximum versus the 350. So it's an increase of 32, I guess, is the short version.
When I look at stuff like this, all I see is like what I call a glorified apartment complex. And I pulled something I think we as a board need to think about. I pulled every zoning that's been approved and got a total of projects that are under construction, in construction, or in county. And we have sitting out there and in development over 2,297 units. And that does not include the buy right along Ridgeview and just a guess for the buy right on Kinger Homes. And what's coming down the line, that's going to bring over 2,000 units. When I say units, I'm meaning single family homes, townhomes, multifamily rentals. And I'm asking myself, is this what we want to turn Matthews into? Because for me, this isn't Matthews, but I know it's already been gone through the process and all that, but we just keep seeing more and more and more of apartments and things like that. And like I said, to me, this is just a glorified apartment complex.
Mr. Buckley.
Mr. Carmichael, John.
Sir.
Let me get a clarification on a couple of comments that were just made. Granted, it's a site plan.
Yes, sir.
Review here. But what I just heard, it sounded like you were increasing the numbers of units by 32.
Which
in the site plan, which it exceeded what the original approved plat called for.
Not the rezoning plan. Mr. Buckley, the rezoning plan didn't cap it at so what happened was this was rezoned in 2014.
Right.
And I don't have in front of me, Charlie, but it said something to if you're going to change what's there, you come back to the board for site plan approval. And I think elevation approval as well. And so last year, a site plan was approved by the board pursuant to that conditional rezoning plan. But I don't believe they're increasing the density over what's allowed under the zoning.
That was my question.
Yes, sir.
You're not increasing the density over what was already approved.
Under the rezoning, yes, sir.
Yes, that's my only question.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
And
Commissioner Tafano.
Yes, using the site plan, can you point to any one of the buildings on the site plan that is not residential?
Sure. Happy to. As soon as I remember which button to click. Here. That one is the office elevations that were shown. Those two are both 100% non-residential. And then there is approximately 6,000 square feet of live work commercial space on the ground floor of that building.
And what did you envision in retail A and retail B, the type of tenants there?
And I'll let the developer speak also, but given the setup of these buildings, there's definitely really good, attractive patio and plaza space out in front of these areas for, potential outdoor seating for restaurants and things of that nature. One of the items with the rezoning, and I'm going a little bit from memory, but this parcel, which was known as Parcel A, was very limited in the rezoning in terms of what type of commercial uses were allowed. It was fairly restrictive, Jay. I don't remember, but it was a pretty short list. It didn't allow for some of those uses in the rezoning, so we were trying to work with that also. This parcel was, more or less allowed any commercial uses that were permitted in the underlying MUD mixed use district. So we were trying to take advantage of that to create a very active space here at the entry, that where you could walk in between these two districts and come down this streetscape. Which again, I do hear and appreciate the commentary on the change in some of the layout over here, but the intent of the wider pedestrian friendly, spaces along these frontages that lead down to, this pocket park and this plaza area for the office, are still consistent between the two plans.
Focusing on the right piece of property, the number of parking spots there is that, and I'm asking out of, because I don't know at this point in time, if that's the minimum number that are allowed for this particular number of residences, is that correct?
So the short version is no, but it's also because on this side, it's not quite meeting it. And it's a shared parking between the two as the entire development. So there's.
Yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt. The reason I'm bringing it up is that on the right side, there is no communal space that I can see. No green community area, which we're trying to achieve in large scale residential complexes like this.
Sure, and this might be better back for the architect Niles Bolton, but this is the pool, lawn and fire pit outdoor area. That's the main location. It isn't green given the hardscape and it's more of a pavers and that type of thing, but I'll let you guys speak more to the building itself.
Well, to your first question about the retail on those two buildings, retail A and B, I wouldn't envision there being any large single tenants in those. You'll probably have 10 to 15 smaller tenants, which would be restaurants and smaller retail shops and things like that. The types of commercial space you would expect on a kind of a pedestrian activated street front like that. In terms of the parking, as a developer, there's always a balance between what's required by code and what we really need from experience. And sometimes that means that the code requires way more than we actually need, or the code requires less than we think we actually need. I think in this case, it's actually the latter, where the code requires less. Typically on an apartment project with a standard mix of what we have here, we'd be wanting about 1.5 spaces per unit, which sometimes it kind of roughs out to about 1 space per bedroom. And what we don't want to be is in a position where we don't have enough parking, and I've experienced that before in my career, and it's dreadful to see cars parked up in green spaces and things like that. So we're actually at 1.4, which you can ask them. I've been kind of towing the line and making sure that we have enough, and I think I'm okay at 1.4. But I don't think I would be at anything less than that. So the green spaces that he pointed out, building 400 has a fair amount around it. And then our main amenity area, aside from what's in front of building 100, adjacent to the plaza area, is where a pool deck and courtyard and a little green space there is located.
Yeah, that's why I asked about the parking spaces, because that on the right side, it screams to me that says, put a communal green space in the center.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying too. And when I was looking at that side, I was trying to balance between, adding that and also providing sufficient parking. So I think there's a lot of things, a lot of boxes we try to check. One of them obviously is lining the streets with structures and not parking, so you don't see them from the streets. Providing enough open space, providing enough parking, and sometimes one of those has to give a little bit. So we try to do our best, but I think this plan from a curb appeal works out really well. It's going to look and feel really good from the street.
Can you point out to Commissioner Tafano, or I'm sorry, Commissioner Urban's point, can you point out which buildings are 4 stories?
Yes, so one additional point I wanted to make is, let's see. We do have tree safe area as well. And by zoning, it is required to have 50 feet tree safe area. We actually saved, I believe, 75 feet. Is it correct? How to go back?
To Yuri's point, I can get back to the plan view and then I can talk about the buildings. This area here is a tree save, and I think it's 50 foot per code, and I think we're at 60 feet, I think is what the number is. It's more than code. I just wanted to clarify that as another green space. And I do understand that's a natural green space and not really improved, but it is a tree preservation. That was part of the original approval as well, that tree preservation along that property line, given the existing development to the north of us, to try to help buffer the development.
I'm asking this question out of ignorance. Is there any code or requirements that the parking spaces have to be within a certain number of feet from the actual residents that they serve?
There was a walkability part of the code. I think it was pretty generous though, like 500 feet. Jay, do you happen to remember? I mean, there was some type of so yes. I mean, we feel that, again, when you look at the parking in code, it's very low purposefully in the mixed use development district to try to promote more, partly to promote more walking in that mixed use. So, I mean, I think we're above the code minimums to the extent needed to consider the overlap in the uses. We have commercial and the residential uses, and given their proximity, we're at night, if you did the minimum on both, you probably wouldn't have enough. There wouldn't be anywhere to park for the restaurant and that kind of thing.
The reason I was asking that question, if there is that walkability distance, it seems like you can redistribute those parking spaces in that area in order to allow for a central green communal space. I'll leave that up to your imagination. That's as far as I'm going to take it. Thank you.
Fair enough.
And also, I don't know that this is brought up, but there is a phasing requirement here for the commercial, that 22,000 square feet of the commercial would have to receive a CO prior to the issuance of the first CO for a dwelling unit. And then the building heights do comply with the MUD requirements, the MUD CD on the plan, but the 22,000.
Somebody point out which buildings are 4 stories?
You want to confirm? I don't want to say not what you're doing. Oops. New one.
Okay, this is a 4-story building. This is a 4-story building. These are 4 or 5 splits with 5-story facing the parking. And this one is also a 4 or 5 split with a 5-story facing the parking. The ground floor on this one being the live work units, commercial space.
And similar to the industrial project from earlier in the evening, although obviously not that giant building, but the relationship to the road, you know, these buildings at this floor elevation, you know, we've done grading studies and, like, you know, that building as example sits several feet below the road. I don't know if it was 4, 6 or, but, you know, but you're down a little bit. These sites generally slope this way, thus the reveal. You know, this building, I mean, one, you can see there's very, very large areas of land between Sam Newell and the site, you know, where this building sits numerous feet below the road. So, I mean, I will, as he said, acknowledge they are 4 stories facing that way, but they're not sitting up above the road. They're actually sitting a little bit down. And I do want to point out for those new to the project, so to speak, versus people who are here from last year, you know, although the timing is very TBD on when Sam Newell would get widened by NCDOT, we do consider what that right of way would look like in the future. And the trail that is along here, that's part of the project, the 10-foot trail, is considerate of the future widening plans by DOT. So we're trying to make sure that that all can just fit in very naturally later when that does eventually happen.
Any further questions or comments for the applicant?
I did have one question, probably more so for staff than for you all, if it was okay. But on the conditions noted by Rob and Jay, you know, this alley here is already in a private access easement between several of these, you know, groups that also use the alley and this site. So that maintenance is well established in terms of who's responsible for what. You know, that's a public document. We obviously can share that with staff and make sure everyone's comfortable with that maintenance responsibility going forward. Landscaping, similarly, we are happy to work with staff and make sure that everyone's happy with what that looks like through there. There is an existing retaining wall because 74 sits quite a bit lower than the site. And that's kind of, you know, a point of access, and then comes down to some of these buildings and then comes back up. But we'll still be happy to work with them on whatever that landscaping, you know, wants to look like through there, given that existing wall. The condition to bring it up to private street standards, I don't know if that was in the original staff report. And I guess that one was a little bit more of a concern because a lot of this area serves as, you know, it is an alley function and it serves these existing buildings, which have numerous access points for, you know, docks and, you know, other, you know, truck access to the back of those buildings. So, you know, while we're not opposed to working with staff to improve the section through there, we're just not sure what private street standard could be met given the existing conditions on the other side of the road, so to speak.
Okay, going back to Mayor Pro Tem McCool's comment, would you consider any portion of this being affordable or attainable?
Yes, we'll come with the 10% set aside.
Thank you. Any further discussion or motion?
I will make I'll make a motion to approve the presented site plan with the following amendments. A conditional note for the maintenance responsibility off the alley. We mentioned some document about that, and then adding additional landscaping along the alley of Northeast Court and bringing the alley up to private street standard, along with 10% AMI or 10% set aside for affordability. At 80% AMI.
Yeah, 10% at 80%.
10% at 80%.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go.
80% at 10%.
Yeah, I like that.
So Michael, just saying, Commissioner, that you don't think you physically can make that up?
I'm just not sure how, again, I'm happy to work to figure out what improvements could get made to that, but I'm just knowing the access back there and having walked it and driven it and the access that those other existing buildings have and need to continue to have because it's part of the access agreement for that alley that's legally in place. I don't know how we could bring that up to a private street standard. There's a lot of different things that go into that. There's something specific that staff wanted to accomplish there other than just that broad term. I'm sure we could try to figure something out, but I just know that those standards could really get in the way of the existing access points for that other side of the alley.
We have our expert here.
Good evening, Commissioner and Commissioners and Mayor. So I did make that comment. It was a little bit of 11th hour because when I was re-looking at the site plan and driving through there and thinking back on all the complaints that we get on that alley constantly, all the potholes, you see that S curve in there that's really sharp. Can that be straightened out so that it's, you're not coming head on? Sometimes you're coming around that curve and someone's coming right at you. So when I say private street standard, I didn't say public street standard. We're not looking for curb, gutter, and sidewalk. We're not looking for, there's certain standards that can be relaxed on a private street. Maybe it's an inverted crown. It's, keeping the access points without redoing everybody's driveways. So I think there's ways that we can, and I didn't do any engineering analysis on it, but I'm just looking to protect, I guess, our phones from getting all the complaints in the future and establish that, yes, this is an alley that's used a lot by trucks, we just heard, and that it's going to be usable by the people who are going to live here and work here and visit this space.
So can we have a commitment from the applicant to work with staff to meet those minimal requirements?
Yes, absolutely. And I just wanted to make sure it was a little bit clear and discussed in here that it was atypical. It was an atypical scenario, I absolutely. And everyone on the development side wants to, repave that thing so it's not full of potholes. Nobody wants that for sure. And as long as there's flexibility to understand in this condition that, we may not be able to accomplish everything because there's property lines in play that we can't go over, then, that's what we're definitely willing to work with staff on that.
Sounds good. I'll amend my motion to that.
And I'll second it.
We have a motion from Mayor Pro Tem McCool, a second by Commissioner Whitley. Is there any further discussion on this item? All in favor? All opposed? That passes 4-3. So with Commissioner Urban, Commissioner Hoover, and Commissioner Tafano in opposition. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Move on to the next agenda item, elevations for Township Park Retail Center, Samuel Road, Wild Cruise Circle. This was continued from September 12th. Once again, we get to see the ever engaging Rob Will.
We're on the home stretch. All right.
John Urban.
Yes, need to be recused. I own the property adjacent.
Thank you, sir. John, Commissioner Urban will stand in recusal for this item. Go ahead, Will. Rob Will.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, so we have elevations, a landscape plan, and yes, to look at this evening. Jay, if you would just go to the second, the comparison slides. So this is what the proposed Chase Bank was going to look like at the very top. That was the old proposal, and they had brought to us 2 new proposals. The only difference is between option 1 and option 2 is a black, and I'm not the best to explain this, so I think we brought the architect or one of the people for the applicant here. The black around the entry doors, and option 2 has more silver around the entry doors. In this spot right here, this is option 1 with black, option 2 with silver. Jay, if you could scroll to the landscape plan just real quick. This is the landscape plan. This, staff has reviewed this and it complies with the UDO. And then Jay, if you could go down to number 3. Yeah, this is the elevations for the retail center. And the next one is more of the elevations for the retail center. Township Parkway elevation. And then the last slides are of the proposed financial institution, Chase Bank. So the recommended motion is to approve submitted landscape plan and retail elevations, and for the board to choose, discuss which bank financial institution building elevations you feel are most appropriate for this site. If you go back, Jay, to the comparison, I just want to point out it's kind of hard to see, but they have made a number of small detail enhancements from the previous elevation. I'll be happy to answer any questions, and the applicant is here as
I
well.
have a question. I like number 1. That's mine.
All right.
Commissioner Tafano.
Yes, I see that the multi-use path does not have the restriction in it. There was one of the plans at one point in time where there was actually it reduced its 10-foot width down to something less than that. I just want to make sure that this drawing reflects that it will remain at its normal width all the way through.
It will, and I think you might be thinking of the parcel that's just to the east, excuse me, to the west. We had a number of options, and one of them was with a narrower side path. Went from, I think, 10 to 6 feet at one
Okay,
at a
that's
pinch
perhaps
point.
it. Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Right.
Any further questions for Rob? Okay, the applicant wants to make a presentation. Platt? Are you good?
He might be good.
I'm good unless y'all have comments. I know I've been up here a couple times.
I think we have some questions, Commissioner Garner.
I'd like a commitment here that you're to the materials and the color of materials. Had an unfortunate switching of materials, I guess, by a developer, and want to make sure that you're going to stick with what we see on the, on the proposal set forth.
Yeah, this is conditional. I don't think I can do that.
I guess.
So yeah, we will.
I guess once it's built.
We'll stand behind the brick and the colors that are represented here.
Okay.
I have no problem with that.
I don't know that it's necessary, but I'd like to hear it
Yes.
verbalized. And then also, I agree with Commissioner Whitley that I prefer option 1.
As do I, and I'm seeing some head nodding from Mayor Pro Tem, and I don't know what the rest of this end of the dais thinks. Like option 1 better. Commissioner Hoover shaking her head. Commissioner Tafano, Commissioner Urban, you guys have comments on which option? Oh, I'm sorry. He's recused. He's not here. Thought you were staying in the corner somewhere. Commissioner Tafano, do you have a preference, sir? No preference. Okay. I have, just like I say, I appreciate all the work. This thing has been rehashed over and over and over. You've had great patience, so I'm supportive of what's been presented. There's no further questions. Do we have a motion, Commissioner Whitley?
I'd like to make a motion that is approval to submit landscape plan and retail elevation, and choose the bank building elevation option number 1 for the most appropriate.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Garner, motion by Commissioner Whitley. Any further discussion? All in favor? That passes unanimously with Commissioner Urban in recusal, and we will ask John to rejoin the team here. And we'll move on to number 3. Site plan and elevations for 507 and 515 West Charles Street. Once again, Mr. Rob Will.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Now we really are on the home stretch for planning items. This is a site plan review. We're going to go old school on this one. This is from 1992. So pursuant to a conditional note on this approved plan, it was petition number 182. It was in the 100s. Deviations of over 20% of building footprint or parking area as shown will require resubmission to the Matthews Town Board. Well, long time has passed since 1992, and they have made some changes to the approved site plan. So it's in the downtown overlay. It's on West Charles Street, and it has to conform to the downtown overlay zoning standards, and it generally does so. And we've worked with the applicant to get to this point. There we go. Thank you, Jay. There's a couple minor tweaks that need to be made. Maybe a sidewalk connecting to the public sidewalk, and some bike racks, which aren't shown, but those can be worked out at the staff level. We feel that's typically how downtown overlay reviews work anyway. So in a nutshell, the recommended motion here is to approve the amended site plan for 507, 515 Charles Street. Applicant is here and does have a presentation. I'm available to answer any questions, as are they.
Any questions for Rob? We'll move on to the applicant.
Just saw it. It's right underneath the highlighted one. Yep. All right. Hello again. I'm Austin Coleman with V3. And this is, as Rob said, just the site plan amendment from the conditional rezoning back in 1992. Our team is Cole Adams, John Black, both with Black Pest Prevention, Danny Priest with Priest Architecture, and myself with V3 Southeast. This is the location of the site. It's along West Charles, just south of, I think it's Lewis Street. Sorry if I've mispronounced that. And then John Street to the west. 0.58 acres. It's actually two parcels. Looking to combine those two as one proposed site. Just the zoomed in of the existing conditions. I'll point out on the original plat back from 1992, there is a access easement that is present on this site, and that's where you see that gravel drive. Currently, it is a vacant site. I believe it's used for overflow parking. Our reviewed request is that we're requesting the revised site plan supplement to the original rezoning petition 182 dated July 7th, 1992 to be reviewed per the original condition rezoning plan note A1, which states deviations over 20% of building footprints or parking areas as shown will require resubmission to the Matthews Town Board. This is the original site here. There it is. And our site in question is that line planned north. And as you see, that is the access easement that I referred to earlier. So this is the proposed rezoning plan. Again, our parcels are somewhere from this line planned north. And we are proposing just one single building. There were two proposed there back in 1992.
This is just a zoomed in, showing that note 1A. This is our proposed site. As Rob mentioned, this is in the downtown overlay district. So we're adhering to the 75% building frontage along Charles Street. We're proposing a 3,200 square foot building with associated parking, parking screening. And as you can see, access that continues to these parcels planned north, access to West Charles Street. We do provide two different parking summaries, one for a medical office use and then a general office use. We are proposing a general office use, but would like to have that option for a medical office. So required parking is 16 for medical office, 11 for general office, and we're providing 16.
Good evening. I'm Danny Priest with Priest Architecture. Thank you for your time tonight. But and what Austin's put up here for you are the 4 elevations that I've prepared for the building. How do you advance over? Next is that. Next. Okay. All right. The elevation you see here would be the elevation that would front along West Charles. And then that's the side elevation. And then if you go back, the bottom button, you go back. This would be the parking lot elevation, you know, from the entry side where the parking is going to be. And I've been working with the owner to, you know, establish a design that I feel is going to be compliant with the ordinance and one that's going to work with, you know, what they're looking for. But just to kind of give you an idea of the things we're thinking about, we have a cultured stone veneer water table. The building is completely brick. And as you can see, the windows as proposed, they have some divided panes at the very top. It's a combination of hardy siding and brick. The hardy siding is what you're seeing at the gables and the columns. And then it's a standard sloped roof, 6.5 on 12 with architectural fiberglass shingles. The colors have not been determined at this point. That's another item that I'm working through with the owner on it, but we're thinking along the lines of, you know, earth tone colors, your light browns, your tans, things of that nature that we think will blend in with the environment around it.
Does that conclude your presentation?
Yeah, I think so. You know, any questions you guys may have, just let me know.
Commissioner Tafano?
Yes, if you could go to the satellite view again, please. Right, I just wanted to see, is it contiguous access all the way through from John to Charles, or are these actual plot lines going to differentiate between the two?
So these white lines you see are parcel lines. But
yeah, I couldn't tell from the rendering whether or not that was going to remain a continuous.
Okay, so I think I know what you're talking. So our site is just these two. This parcel right here and this parcel right here.
But it appeared from the site plan, or maybe that's not the correct term, that there was a continuous access from Charles through to John Street.
Correct. We're following this established access.
Yes, yes.
So what we are proposing is,
because this rendering only shows half of the.
Correct. We're not proposing anything on these other parcels.
But the access will go all the way, to remain all the way
Correct.
through to
Yes.
John.
Yeah, we are providing access here and here to the drive aisle that is currently there.
Good. That was my question.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Commissioner Urban.
Could you clarify, you made a comment, Danny, stone.
Do what?
You made a comment about stone.
Yes.
Can you
And
please
that is-
stand to the microphone?
Yes, it's a water table, John. It's along the very bottom. That's the break point right there, just below the windows. Yeah, all along the base of the building, below the windows would be a stone veneer all the way around all four sides.
Okay, so the elevation we're seeing is not depicting that.
Well, it is, but we've got to zoom in a little bit closer. The hatch pattern's not that well.
So is the stone the shape of brick?
No,
Because I zoom in, I was like, unless you're presenting something different than I have in my packet, it looks like brick is brick. But all right, well, bottom line is,
all right, zoom in.
yeah.
Okay, all right. I apologize, John.
all I see
You're
is brick.
correct. You're correct. I'm thinking about an earlier version. I couldn't see it from back here.
Okay.
My apologies.
I mean, you got.
It is brick. And that's,
great-
that's a roll lock that you're seeing below the windows. Thank you
Right.
for zooming in.
So my only comment is Roger Martin built a really nice building just several feet down from you. You have the realtor, what is that? The yellow building, Jameson's building, stuff like that. I mean, I think we could detail this building up a little bit nicer to be more in keeping. I mean, we don't even have a treatment above the windows, whether it's a roll lock or soldier course or a four-course brick arch or something like that. So, I think this needs a little bit more work and a little bit more care. This is sort of bring it into the neighborhood, so to speak. But, and also the site plan, I think Austin, say hello to Colin for me, but the site plan does not reflect the articulation that Danny has created. He's got these two protruding, quite large protruding gable ends here, and you don't see those on the site plan to sort of get a sense of where they're falling. You drew the door in the center facing Charles Street, but Danny doesn't have the door drawn in the center facing it. So I'm seeing a conflict of interest here. What we have here is a miscommunication of drawings. But I'm not ready to approve it tonight. I would prefer to see a little bit more
And I will
diligence.
say that those protrusions, we accounted for those with the,
They fit.
I'm so sorry. We've accounted for those, with the extended sidewalks. And I apologize that the doors are.
I just like to have all my I's dotted and T's crossed from that standpoint. What'll happen is we'll approve something and then it'll get built and I'll say, well, I don't remember that. And you're going to come back and say, well, that's the way the site plan was shown. That's the way the elevation was. So I like to have it WYSIWYG. What we see is what we get.
John, question for you. Can you elaborate on which section of the zoning ordinance you're looking at with your comments in regards to the design features you're looking for?
This is comments from John Urban, Commissioner, not the ordinance.
Okay. All right. Sounds good.
Historic area, whether we have it designated or not, we have a lot of turn of the century craftsman style, Victorian style homes. You got Roger Martin's piece right next to you, nice detailing in and around the windows, the crown, the moldings and stuff like that. So our ordinances are sort of descriptive in nature, broad stroke. I'm definitely a little bit more exacting.
John, could you show the specific conflict? I'm not sure I'm following you. No, I understand your comment about more detail.
Yeah,
Where's
but I
where
mean,
is the-
that's the front entrance, that's the entrance facing, well, first of all, they're mislabeled because you've got two right sides, but
Go to the next page because you're looking for the West Charles Street elevation, correct?
Yeah, the exterior elevation, the top, that one right there.
Yes, that's the elevation from West Charles Street.
Oh.
It was labeled front because due to the elevation that's
So
facing
the
the
one,
parking lot.
the one that's saying rear is facing West Charles.
West Charles,
Okay,
correct.
So you can just leave that.
Correct.
But anyway, there's that gable end you see right there, that door that's sticking out from the building.
Okay.
And then if you go to the opposite elevation, the long elevation, they have the same thing again, sticking out facing the other side of the property.
Okay.
And they're
Right.
not depicted on the site plan. So I just don't know where those, I'm just trying to align myself from that standpoint. Minor item, but there's also some things like in that exterior elevation, the back, you looks like you're coming along. That brick may either be recessing or just changing color and then bumping out again. I can't tell.
It's recessed.
It's
You can
just
see it in the
recessed.
floor plan. I don't know if the floor plan was included in the
Yeah,
presentation.
I don't have a floor plan.
But yeah, the lighter areas that you see there in the center of that elevation,
So
that's a 12-inch
something's
recess
something's
back in the
going on
wall,
there.
correct?
But it looks, yeah. So anyway, a little bit more elaboration would be nice and looking at a little bit more detail. Because you don't have to do all this brick. There's not a lot of all brick homes except more of the post-war housing. Some of the actual older homes in Matthews are basically brick foundations with just nice weatherboarded siding or board and batten and things like that. And it's definitely more fitting. So you could save yourself some money with using hardy board. That's it.
Thank you for your comments, John.
Commissioner Tafano.
Will the existing black pest prevention building remain?
Yes.
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 Okay.
Are there any other questions, comments, or motions? CJ?
Should be very easy. Can you run to the site plan real quick, Jay? Sorry, surprised Susan didn't show this or ask for it. And I'm Public Works Director, CJ O'Neill. Coming from your back entrance there on Charles, is that functioning door?
Yes, yes, it is.
Okay, can we do just a small stub out to the sidewalk there so people can go out and access the sidewalk?
Yes,
Without-
and rather than.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Okay, you're exactly right. Yeah, that's Mecklenburg County would have picked that up too, I think. I'd go ahead and make a motion that we, unless someone wants to say otherwise, make a motion that we defer this to November 14th, pending a few adjustments.
That amenable to the applicant? Deferral to November 14th?
Unless anyone wants to propose approval, then that's fine.
There, any other any discussion or alternate motions?
I did have a question
Okay, go ahead.
before. I'm not seeing your HVAC on your plans. I want to make sure that's not facing the sidewalk and not screening and make sure it's screened properly.
Noted, we'll make sure that's added.
All right, we have a motion for a deferral from Commissioner Urban to November 14th, a second by Mayor Pro Tem McCool. Any further discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? That passes 6-1 with Commissioner Whitley in opposition. So I think you're really close. I think there's just a few minor details that need to be addressed and go from there on the 14th.
Question.
Sure.
The sidewalk, is that just going to be this tiny little segment of sidewalk and no other sidewalk along Charles Street?
We have, well, I think it's gone now. We have a frontage sidewalk. And that what they're referring to is just sidewalk from the building to the frontage sidewalk.
Right, but there's no sidewalk right now on Charles Street at all.
No, just,
Yeah.
it was just going to be in front of our proposed.
So that's it. Okay.
Future developments
they're gonna
will
walk-
connect to it and
I
yeah.
understand. So, yeah, never mind.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let's move on to item number 9, consent agenda.
Make a motion that we approve consent agenda A through E2.
Second. Motion from Commissioner Whitley, second by Mayor Pro Tem McCool. All in favor? Any opposed? Passed unanimously. Thank you. Let's go on to unfinished business. Item 10A, consider contract for Old Town Drainage Study. CJ.
Thank you, Mayor and Board, for staying this long to listen to me. So this is, we're bringing this back. As you know, we had a lot of rains recently, caused flooding in the Old Town section of Matthews. We proposed that an engineering company go and perform a study of that area to see what needs to be, or to see if it needs to be improved. The board did allow us to move forward with negotiations with the most qualified firm, which was Dewberry Engineers. They have brought back to us a proposal, which was attached to that memo. The cost of the study is 300. It's not to exceed. It's a high number, but looking at the hours and the rates that they gave us, staff feels that it is acceptable, that it's in line with other professionals of that level. So we are not asking for money tonight. We actually have it in our budget to be able to do this out of our budget, but wanted to get your approval to move forward with the project.
If it's free, it's for me.
It's not free. It's
but
money
it's-
that we're
it's
not moving.
additional funds. Let me
Right.
rephrase.
No money from general.
Commissioner Garner.
I'd like to make a motion that we allow staff to contract with Dewberry Engineers, Inc. to study the stormwater system in Old Town in accordance with the contract attached to the memo.
We have a second. Second. Motion by Commissioner Garner, second by Mayor Pro Tem McCool. Any further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? That passed unanimously. This will be good to get this information back so we can definitively know if the drainage is appropriate in that area. So thank you.
Thank you.
Let's move on to the next item. You're up again. Under new business, consider funding swap for NCDOT projects.
Right. And we went over this at the 5:30 meeting, just a general overview, town of Stallings, and they did vote tonight to approve the swap. Stallings did. So we are good to go on their side. They wanted to swap the money from a project that was mostly in Stallings, partially in Matthews, U4913, to fund another project of theirs that left a remainder of like $26 million. We are asking for that to be put towards two projects in Matthews. One is for U2509E, B as in boy. It's not quite correct up there. That's what we were given by DOT. What was not correct. It's actually U2509E, B as in boy, instead of EA. That's that parallel route, section of parallel route called C9. And then $5.4 million, that remainder going towards the roundabout and realignment of Stallings Road that was part of the U4913 original project.
Mayor Pro Tem McCool.
I'd like to make a motion. I'd like to make a motion that we direct the town manager to send a letter of support to CRTPO for swapping the funding from Idlewild Road Project U4913 to the Lawyers Road U6170 and Independence Point Parkway segment C9 U-2509E-B projects.
Okay, and there's a little bit more of an amendment. Do you have the presentation from the 5:30, Jay? Sorry about that. We weren't able to update the memo. You're on a roll, though. You were.
I tried my best.
I think the second to last page.
Is this the like 5 point? And we're to also adding funds to U4913, is that right? U4913 Idlewild Road roundabout and realign Stallings Road and Hooks Road.
Right, just as outlined in the accompanying table.
We have a motion from Mayor Pro Tem McCool. Do we have a second?
I would love to second that.
Are you going to?
Yes. No.
We have a, I'm sorry, I'm getting a little loopy up here. We've been here a long time. We have a motion from Mayor Pro Tem McCool, a second from Commissioner Garner. Any discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? That passes unanimously.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, we'll go on to the mayor's report. I just want to make a few comments. We had some interesting public comments tonight, and I've been ruminating on them a bit, and I do want to address a couple of the things that were said. I learned fairly quickly when I became an elected official that you have to have thick skin, and I've shared that with others. And I've been called a lot of things in my time as an elected official over the last decade, but unethical is not one of them. And I take that comment very seriously. I don't think anything I've done as an elected official has been unethical. And in particular, I want to clarify one thing that was brought up, and that was a meeting we had with business leaders. Another thing I learned very early on when I became an elected official is that this board speaks as one. We vote on something and the will of the board is the will of the board. And this board voted to put a general obligation bond on the ballot November 8th. That was the will of this board. We had two commissioners that did not agree with that, and that's fine. That's certainly their right. But I don't think there's anything unethical in meeting with town leaders and expressing the will of the board as we voted. Certainly, there was no information withheld from any elected official up on this board. And as a matter of fact, I'm well aware that our town manager spent an inordinate amount of time pulling information for Commissioner Tafano and for Commissioner Hoover to some extent. So I certainly respect everyone can have their opinion, but I don't think meeting with business leaders was in any way unethical with the people that had expressed a desire to help move the bond effort forward. Another comment was made was how do we know that it's the will of the people for this bond to pass? And it's in writing on our citizen surveys that have been published every couple years for a long time. And specifically, the question was asked, would you favor a tax increase to get X, Y, or Z amenities approved? And we got an overwhelming response, yes, we would. So there is some proof of that. Only other comment I want to make is Commissioner Tafano, the town manager, and myself met with Tony Blaylock this morning. Tony Blaylock's with the Local Government Commission. And we just wanted to get some clarification on the whole process. And it was a good meeting, and Commissioner Tafano asked a lot of very good questions. I certainly learned a lot about the process from our meeting. But I did want to make the public aware that if the general obligation bonds are approved, they will be the serial bond type, which means that we will pay equal principal amounts every year. We'll pay interest payments twice a year, and the interest will decline because we'll have less principal for the length of the loan. So the amount paid each year would decline because the interest would be declining on the principal. So that's that on that. I also want to mention that I participated in Butler High School's homecoming parade this past Friday. It was a lot of fun. A lot of kids had a great time. And I'm happy to report that the Butler Bulldogs beat Rocky River. I believe the score was 48-2 or something like that. So it was a great win by our team. We're very proud of them. I'm very proud of all the kids there at the school and the staff. And finally, I want to mention that on our next meeting, October 24th, I will be in San Diego on a business trip, but I will be participating in the meeting. I won't be able to vote. And I've asked Mayor Pro Tem McCool to run the meeting just from a logistics standpoint. I will be participating. I'll be present for the entire meeting and be able to participate in that manner. But I have to unfortunately get out there on that Monday to participate in some very early meetings the next day. So that's all I have for the mayor's report. We'll go on to the town attorney's report. On to the town manager's report.
Just one item, Mr. Mayor, at our last meeting, the issue of crosswalks along Trade Street was brought up due to the delays in NCDOT's repaving. And I wanted to let the board and the public know that our town crews have restarted the crosswalk restriping in the North End area, and they are working their way towards Matthews Elementary. There are a couple of intersections that will require traffic control. And so the quotes that we had received previously require updating from those contractors. We have reached out to them and are awaiting that information back. So as soon as we have those updated numbers, we will bring those contracts to the board for consideration. But in the meantime, we are able to at least handle the crosswalks that are not impacted by the need for traffic control. That's all. Thank you.
How many intersections will that be in total? Do you know?
CJ, do you know? Just the one at Trade and John will need the traffic control.
How many will be restriped?
11.
Is it all of them or? Oh, okay. Okay. I'm just
Yeah,
asking. Are
I
there
think
some that were
CJ
eliminated?
ran out
So
of fingers. Yeah, I think it's 11.
Okay, Great. Anything further?
Motion to adjourn.
A motion to adjourn by the Mayor Pro Tem. We have a second.
Oh, come on.
Second by Commissioner Garner. All in favor, all opposed. Have a good night.